stream a full service video for you guys on a PS4 Pro. This is where we put a thermal pad on the PS4 Pro. This is a 7216B model. I've just taken off the top cover and loosened the screws so far for the bottom cover. I'm going to pull off the bottom cover, just change the view so you guys can see what it looks like. Alright, let's have a look. So, let's just change the view here. So this is on a PS4 Pro. We can have a look. So we've taken off all the screws already. So let's pop it open. Let's see what it looks like. The customer says it's overheating, coming for full service. Let's just take off the bottom cover. It's the first time I'm seeing what it looks like, so let's have a look. Okay. So as you can see, it's pretty bad. So now we can see why it's having a problem with overheating. So I might just get up every now and then just to do just to blow it out. So I just want to quickly put the office lights on. Really is die kantoor lig af nog weg. Okay. Alexa, turn on office light. Okay. Yeah. So this one here you can see is quite hectic for a Pro. And it's a 7.2 model, so it's one of the last PS4 Pros. I'm just going to quickly blow this dust off here just so we can get to the rest of the board, and then I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I've got a feeling what we're going to see here is probably a problem where the heat sink is completely blocked up. So let's just start getting out the power supply quickly. So the first thing we've got to do is just loosen 2 screws at the bottom. So what you'll also see is on this one, the plug at the back, how you know it's one of the last models, is the plug on the back is a 2-pin plug. With the PS4 Pro, the first gen, the second gen, it's got that very big plug, almost like a computer, desktop computer plug. It's quite a big one on the back. Right, so let's just get the power supply out quickly. In this live stream I'll also give you some tips when stripping your PS4 console, what you look out for. So the first one's coming up right now, and that is to be very careful when you take out this power cord. I'm going to try and see if I can zoom in for you guys a little bit quickly. Yeah, I'm just going to quickly add another camera on there for you guys so you can see a bit better. Alright, so as I was saying, this cable here, be very careful of it. Don't try and pull it out of the board from this side. Just take it out the power supply from there. Alright, so then you just remove it from that cable plug, but you leave the cable in the board. Don't try and pull it out the board. You get lots and lots of customers that come here with their repairs. So I'm just going to move the mic a little bit closer. So we get a lot of customers with their repairs where
contact sensitivity routine at 8:06
sorry,
a.m.
just
You can view or change
Alexa,
it.
stop. Let's put Alexa on mute. Okay, so we don't have Alexa interfering with us. So yeah, so as I was saying, don't pull it off on the board because that little plug inside there is quite tight, and when people tend to pull it out the board, they pull the plug off the board, and then we got to rebuild tracks and resolder everything back on again. So there's the heatsink that blows through the power supply. So let's just get the board out quickly. So what I usually do is I just tuck this little cable in underneath here. Alright, so it's out the way, so when we're flipping it over, we don't damage anything. Alright, so let's start with the antennas. So we just lift these antennas up from the back end where it goes onto the cable, where it's clipped onto the cable. Just clip that all out. Okay, and then the flexes, which is obviously a drive flex. Clip that out. These are all for the drive. Power to the drive, this is to the front, on-off switch, and this is for the eject button. Okay, let's quickly, you can plug the fan out also. We don't need the fan in there right now. Okay, let's start stripping this one down. So we got a few that is a what is it? T8. What I'm going to first do is I'm just going to take these cables out the way. So the way we do that is we just unhook that one, clip it out there, and then what we do is we clip it onto the cover on the side there. Alright, and then these two here, this antenna here, we're just going to pull out there, just take it through the loops, and there's a little notch in the cover there, so we're just going to put it over there. And the white one, we're just going to clip over one of the clips where the black one was in and just bend it a little bit so they're all out the way and we can get to it properly. Alright, let's start getting out some of the screws here. Okay, so T8s. Let's start with the T8s quickly. First, got a feeling when we get the board out, we're probably going to see a major problem with the heatsink. I think it's going to be blocked up, and I think that's why this console is overheating, this PS4 Pro. And as I've said before in many of my videos that I've shown you guys, is that the PS4 Pros, well, any gaming console really, but on the PS4s, if they do overheat and get you hot, the APU or the excuse me, the main processor, we're going to call it that, what they usually do is they once they overheat, the blue light of death. So you get the blue light of death, and that's the APU, and we're going to redo it. We either got to reball it sometimes, or we might have to well, might not be able to be repaired at all. So that's the only problem when you don't service your console regularly and put the correct thermal paste or a thermal pad on. Like I've said before, we don't use thermal paste on the Pros, we use a thermal pad. You can use it on any gaming console. It's a carbon pad. We'll get one out now and show you what it looks like. But don't use, if you can, try not to use thermal paste on the PS4 Pro. On the thermal pad, you won't have to do it as often as you would on the thermal paste. Thermal paste you'd have to replace quite regularly, unless you got really good thermal paste. We'll get to that now. I'll show you guys what the thermal pad looks like and actually how to put it onto the main processor. Again, done a video on it, but I know a lot of people still have a lot of questions. If you guys do have any questions about the thermal pad or the servicing, just post it into the chat. I'm keeping an eye on the chat there, and then I'll try and give you some info, or try and help you out there if I can. If you guys can hear me properly and you can see the video and everything's good, please just give a thumbs up, or just post there, sound is good or anything. what we do is this top plate, we just take the top plate off. Let's just make sure, got one left there, one left. Okay, let's just take that top plate off. Another thing I just want to show you guys is these little thermal guys here. They're just little pads that go onto the, they just push down onto the RAM chips of the PS4, and the reason why they're there is because if they weren't there, this plate would heat up wherever the thermal chip, the thermal pad is, and what happens then is these RAM chips will create a hotspot, and then your RAM chips can also go. They also bulge just like the main APU or the main processor. They also got little balls underneath, and if they do get too hot, they tend to crack. That's what happens with the APU also when you get blue light to death. The soldering underneath cracks, and then you've got to redo and reball them. So they got small little tiny balls at the bottom of the chips that make contact to the board that actually, solder to the board. And if they crack, then loses connection, then that's why you get a blue light of death. So we can either reflow it, but oftentimes we have to do a full reball. Gets a bit pricey because it takes so long. It takes a couple of hours. So there we go. So we got the board out. And remember, like I said to you guys, we don't plug out the power cable. So just when you pull the board out, pull it out slowly. As you can see, there's the power cable that goes to the main board that supplies 12 volt and 5 volt and that to the main board. So just pull it out this little hole here very carefully because the plug tends to hook onto it. So just take it out very carefully. Let's have a look. So the thermal paste is dry. It's not as wet as it should be. You can see it's getting a bit dry already. Hey, you just sorry about that, guys. Okay, so there you can see there's a couple more thermal pads on the this is on the bottom end of the board. It's just for these few chips. Presses down on these little drivers here for the power side of the main board. Be careful of that also, don't lose these. If you do, please put them back because otherwise you can have a problem. Okay, so let's see. What I usually do here is there's two screws. There's one there. This one, oh there we go, and there's the other one. So there's two screws to get this plate out. What I usually do so I don't forget them is I just put a little circle around them with a cookie and a marker, just so I remember to put those two back. These are also the stars, small stars. Let's just pull those out quickly. Put two there, one there, one there. Okay, pull that out. What you can see is discoloration on this plate here. So you can see it gets to like quite a dark color. Some of it's dirt, but some of it is actual. It's from the heat. That's because the console's not cooling down. It gets so hot that it makes it causes like the plate to start discoloring. Now right here is where the hard drive is. So this is why if you don't service it and everything gets hot inside your PS4, eventually everything starts failing. So here you can see by the hard drive, it got quite hot there. So you can see those marks there also. So when that happens, is your hard drive eventually fails because a hard drive can only get to a certain degrees, and then it will eventually fail too, and then you need to replace your hard drive. Okay, now for the moment of truth. What do you guys think? How does the air vent look? So before I flip it around, your fan blows air through the heatsink to cool down the main processor. So let's flip it around. That side looks good, eh? That side looks pretty good. But remember, that side is the back end that we could see when we took out when we looked at it from the But now let's see on the fan side what it actually looks like. So let's flip this around. Yeah. So I wonder why this PS4 Pro has an overheating problem. Could it be because it's blocked up? I think so, right? So let's have a look. So, yep, that's blocked up. So you can see what it does is it creates like a carpet, um, and it blocks up the vent from actually cooling down the main processor, and that's why we're getting all that heat and discoloration on this plate. So the hard drive's going to get hot, everything's going to get hot. So what's going to eventually happen is you can actually sit and grab it like this. It's like a carpet. So what's going to happen is everything's going to start failing. So we're going to blow that clean just now, and then we're going to make sure this console can breathe again. As you can see, that was that way around. So that's the front end where it goes, where the fan blows through. But again, if it can't blow through this, with the main processor, there's the heat pipes on the heatsink. So what will happen is that cools down the main processor. There's the copper part, and there's the copper heat pipes. So if it can't cool down, so then you can see there's going to be a problem. Okay, so sorry guys. So yeah, there you can see that's what happens is it's not going to cool down properly. Okay, so let's take that out and put it one side. We're not going to, so the fan also, you can see what's happening here is everything is getting stuck in the fan. All that same stuff is getting stuck in the fan. So what's going to happen is the fan could probably seize up, or if a big enough clog gets in here, it can block it up. Alright, so everything there needs to be cleaned out properly. We're going to blow that clean, on the drive, on the disk drive. You can see all the fluff all over the place here. So this goes into that's why they got that sticker on there, so it seals the disk drive, so none of the dust from here can go inside the disk drive. But it does get through, and eventually the laser also packs up. So the less you maintain your any gaming console, the more problems you'll have in the long run. As you can see, I mean, this is the evidence to show you guys. So I'm going to blow this clean. I'll just give it a brush quickly with a compressor, just to make sure we get rid of all this dust. On this end where the back end, where the vent is for the air to go out, you can also see that that's also starting to block up. So it's not getting all the hot air out of the console either. So this is why we're having these overheating problems. And then the power supply eventually packs up. Let's have a look. So the power supply sits in the back. So what happens what will happen is the air will blow through. That's just on the wrong side. It's just going to be that way around. So the air will blow through here, and it will cool the power supply down, and it cools down the power supply, and it cools down the console. So all the hot air, so the cold air comes in from the sides, from each side. The cold air will come in, it will blow through the fan, it will cool down the main processor through the heatsink, like I showed you, the fins, and then what happens is it blows through the power supply. So another thing I just want to quickly show you. Can you see how the dust is packed on, or the fluff is packed onto the power supply itself? So that also now causes a problem. There you can see some of it. So that also causes a problem, because now what's going to happen is inside the PS4 power supply, you can see there's MOSFETs, there's capacitors, transformers, everything. So when this piece of dust starts touching two different components, or a positive and a negative of a component, it's going to short out the power supply. And these guys aren't cheap. On the PS4 Pros, the power supplies are pretty expensive. They're not too cheap. At the back end of the power supply, there you can see more components. So when it gets stuck inside here and shorts out, then people ask why power supplies blow. Well, there you go. The dust inside them cause a short. So anything that sucks in is just going to blow through onto the board, onto the components, and it's going to blow. So even on the main board, there's sometimes that you can actually see slight dust. I think you might be able to see this one here. That spot there is dust that's accumulating on the main board. And what that dust will eventually do is it will short out. There's another little bit there. It will short out two components. As you can see, we can actually that was actually on two components there already. So that dust will eventually short out the components, and you'll start having other problems on the main board. The rest of the board looks okay, but we will give it a good blow just to get rid of dust under the components and next to the other components, just to make sure it's clean. So give me a second. Let's just quickly blow the bottom cover up first, because we're going to put the main board back in the plate back. I'm just going to clean the fan a little bit. I'll be back with you guys right now. Okay, let's get that piece of dust away there. There you go. So as you can see, looks much better. All the dust is gone. There, again, that's discoloration from the, sorry about the compressor. That discoloration is now from the heat that hasn't been escaping from the console. So this machine was overheating quite badly and was really getting hot. And all components, any components can only take so much heat, and then they eventually fail. Just going to show you guys. There's little balls. That's what you use to reball the main APU or RAM chips or other ICs on the board. They're tiny little balls. I'm not going to throw all of them out, but let's just quickly see if we can get a couple on my hand here. They're very small, so that's what we use to reball the RAM chips in it. Just close that so we don't bump it over. We have a big mess here. Alright, so that's clean now. We got all the dust and fluff out of there. So the next will be the bottom plate, because we're going to put that back, and then we've got to put the thermal pad on there. So all of that, I'm going to give that a good clean out quickly. Blow it out of the compressor, just to get rid of all this pieces of carpet. Yeah, so let's get rid of that. Give another sec quickly, and then I'll just get rid of all this dust, so we can start putting this back and putting the thermal pad on this PS4 Pro. Alright, there we go. Looks nice and clean. The vents are nice and cleaner, so we can see right through there. So this console is going to be able to breathe so much better. all my little thermal pads are still on there. Remember what I said, that's very important, especially when blowing it with an air compressor. Again, you can see the discoloration all over, can't get that off. I'll probably rub it off with alcohol, but I mean it's not such a big thing. So let's quickly pop that back in there again. When you pop this back in, make sure you don't damage these flexes. Okay, this is very, very important. You've got to be careful that you don't hook anything here. They're very difficult to find. Sometimes you've got to get a whole machine just to get a flex or something to replace it. So we might charge a little bit more than other places for a PS4 Pro full service, but you're going to soon see why we do. There's quite a lot of components that need to go into this console and a lot of care. I'm going to flip this around just so that we can get that APU side, processor side in view. That's still some old thermal paste. So what we do is just take a earbud, just get all that off there properly, just clean that copper part very, very nicely. Okay. So most of it's off there. And then we'll just take some paper towel also, just to clean it nicely with a paper towel. Alright, so that's all clean. Excess there. Just grab some paper towel. Okay. Just grab a small piece there. Just fold it up nicely and just clean that copper part very, very nicely, so we don't have any old thermal paste or anything stuck to that. Okay, so it's all clean there now. Next will be our main board. Just remove that, move that away. Okay, the main board, take off all this old thermal paste, you don't want it there. The main part, it doesn't really matter about the edges, but the main part is that silver part. We want to get that nice and shiny again. So let's quickly get that clean. Take all that excess off. Again, sorry about the compressor, but this is Friday. We work half day today, so I'm at work right now. We actually live at work. Let's just quickly remove this. Get all that old thermal paste off there. Okay. I think there's a problem with the streaming where you guys can't actually comment on the video for some reason. Let's try and see what's wrong there. I'm going to try and see the settings, and I don't stream that much. I just started recently with this for you guys, so you guys can see. I will try and see what's going on with its settings. Okay. Alright. Nice and shiny, like a mirror. See, that's what we want, nice and clean. Okay, now we're going to put the thermal pad onto the main processor. I'm just quickly trying to find them. I know we have a box here. Okay, well, you need to find it because I need my template so we can cut the thermal pad into size. Okay, let's have a look into them. Okay, let's have a look. We've got some thermal pads we can just reuse, or not reuse, sorry, one that's already cut. Okay, this is for the, this template is for the Xbox Ones. We're going to use our little template for the PS4 Pro. You'll see now what we do with this. Like I said, we don't put thermal paste on the what size is this? This is 38 by 38. We don't put thermal paste on our PS4 Pros when we service them. We only use thermal pads, and that's why it's a little bit more expensive to do a thermal pad than do thermal paste, because the thermal pad costs a lot more. So let's just chuck all change the packaging a little bit. So that's what the thermal pad looks like. And we want that thermal pad to go onto that shiny bit there. Let's just move all that up. So you'll now soon see how we do the pros and why we got such a high success rate of it not overheating. So the thermal pad, let me quickly grab it with a tweezer with a flat tip because I don't want to tear it or damage it. Because you can probably get about 4 pros out of one thermal pad. So you can see it's like a piece of cloth almost. So it's made out of carbon, with the carbon fiber. So out of one of these we should be able to get 4 out of them. So we're going to just cut this one down to a size of this little white paper here. So that little piece of white paper is the exact size of that silver shiny chrome part on your main processor. So again, like I said, we'll probably get about 4 out of them. Just take that one off there, put it on here carefully into the box, back to the box. Okay, it's done there. I should actually get a white piece of paper to put this on when cutting it, white piece of cardboard, so I can see it, because it doesn't really help when it's the same color as the box. Okay, just line it up carefully to the edges. Alright, we'll just move that up, because we don't want to damage the pad. Alright, so there you can see what I've done is I've just put it on the one edge of the pad. It's going to be difficult to see. And then all I do is I take a blade and I just cut it nicely around, right around here. And then that's the part I'm going to use to put on the PS4 Pro itself. Okay, let's get our blade. Alright, see one of these sharp blades that we use. Like that there. Alright, so we want to be very careful now when cutting it. We want to push that part down. Okay, try and get to the edge of it. Just run it along the edge. Okay, try and keep it in place. Let's see if I can do this from this side. Okay, get it to the edge of the cardboard, run it all the way down. Okay, let's see it comes loose. There we go, perfect. So as you can see, just cut a little block out there. So this one we can reuse again. We're going to, well, not reuse, but we're going to use the rest of it. Let's get our other one off there. Okay, so there's the little part at the bottom. That's the same size as our template. Okay, I'm just going to put that one side. I'm just going to put this away so it doesn't get damaged. Just put that on top. Okay. Flip my little box around. Okay. So this one, like I said, that little template, white template paper there, I use that on the, I cut one for the Xboxes also. I usually like to put them on the Xbox Series, oh sorry, Xbox One X, not Series. Well, we probably can use them on the Series also. We can use these thermal pads on there. Okay, that's the wrong sponge. Is that the right sponge? Yeah. So you could probably use them on the new Series consoles too. We'll see when it when they start coming in for services what it looks like. Because I know it's only thermal paste, not liquid metal like the PS5s have in it. Right, we can chuck that box away. That will keep for later. Right, now, as I said, you see that little part fits now perfectly onto that. Okay, well, I'm going to move it up a little bit, but you can see what I'm saying. So that fits onto that. But now it'll fall off if you try and put the board back. So we've got to try and make a plan to get that stuck on there. So what I then do is grab a tweezer again. So grab it very, very carefully. blow this board and then I'll be back now. Give me 1 second. Okay, board's nice and clean. So what I do to keep that thermal pad stuck onto the processor so it doesn't fall off is I use just a very little bit of paste, and we put the paste, squeeze it so a little bit comes out, very little. So we put it on the one corner, run it across, put it on the other corner, run it across, put it on the other corner, and run it across to the last corner. Okay, I'll show you guys now. Actually close our thermal paste. So as you can see, let's get the lights right here. As you can see, that's how we do it. So just put a little bit on each corner, but I run it at zigzag so that it makes a little bit of paste in the middle, so that it just holds that pad down on there. Okay, you can do it without this. It's just difficult to get it back in, and I'll show you now why. So let's get our thermal pad. Put our thermal pad on there. Make sure it's on properly. Okay. So as you can see, now it's on there. You can move the board and it won't fall off. Alright, so that's on. You get the bottom end. As I said, we mustn't forget the screws. So I've marked basically those two screws need to go back in. Alright. Just get the screw in just to hold the plate down. Alright, tighten that one up. And remember, if you don't want to do your PS4 Pro yourself, we can service it for you. So I'm just going to change the view quickly because I'm going to show you about getting the board back in here again. Okay, I hope I'm going to be able to show you guys properly in this view. So the reason why I put a little bit of thermal paste on there before I put the thermal pad on is because on this frame here, on the bottom part of your PS4 that we just put in, you can see it's upside down. So what that means is I'll have to put the board in. I'll swing to see that so that you guys can see. So the thermal pad's on top, but I'd have to, let's just quickly flip it around. I'd have to flip the board upside down to put the board back into the plate. There you can see there's the HDMI ports in it. There's the HDMI ports in the back. So as you can see, I'd have to flip it around. You can do it where you, it's quite difficult to show you guys on camera, but you can do it where you can flip that around, keep the thermal pad nicely, and then slide it in like that. But it gets quite difficult to do it that way, and the chances of that port or the thermal pad moving is quite good. So what I do is I just do it that way. Let's quickly change that to show you guys what's down. Just move that back a little bit. Okay, so what I need to do now is I need to be careful of that cable. so now the board's in and it's all perfectly there. You might think that there's 2 thermal pads missing there, but they're not. They are on the other plate. Again, yeah, you can see the discoloration. This shouldn't be brown the way it is. It should be like a white color. That's again from the heat, because of all the heat build up. So the main processor was getting pretty hot, much hotter than what it should be getting. Right, so let's pop that back in there. Plate over the top. Okay, then this plate is the one that holds it down. What I tend to do with this plate is I bend it a little bit, but very, 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 very slightly. Okay, just bend it just slightly, just so it causes a bit, it creates a bit more spring, and it pulls down the main processor closer to the board. The board on the main processor closer to the heatsink. And the reason I do that is because the metal expands and contracts, expands and contracts, and it loses the shape a little bit. So I just bend it back down a little bit so it can clamp down hard, tighter onto the board. Okay, let's flip that one. Gotta get the last one there. So always make sure you guys can see properly. Alright, 9 o'clock. Business is open. Started a bit earlier this morning because it's Friday. Try and get some repairs out early for customers so they can play weekends. I guess that's when we use our consoles the most, is on a weekend. Right, so that's back in. That's back in. So now we've got to get the top plate on. As I said, those 2 thermal pads are on the top plate. So just be careful, they do stick to this sometimes. Don't want to lose them. I'm just going to give this cover a quick blow. See the heat, how the heat is burnt to the cover. It's not good, eh? But yeah, you guys saw in the beginning how blocked up this was. Just give us a quick blow of the compressor. We'll be right back. Okay, it's clean as can be. So you see there on the plate close to the hard drive how it's also discolored. That's why I say to you, if you don't do this, if you don't service your console, you're going to have a hard drive problem. We replace many, many, many hard drives every single month here at Console Service Center because they fail, and the reason they fail is because of heat buildup. I think I don't know the proper figures, so just don't take it. I don't know if I'm 100% right, but I think your normal hard drives can only take 65 degrees heat. That's their operating temperature, the high end. So anything over that, they will eventually fail. So when a PS4 is on, the processor is running, it gets so hot that you can't touch the main processor. You'll burn your fingers. So that just tells you how much heat the consoles create. Okay, so we're just going to get all the flexes back in. And then we can close it up, and this one should be done. Got a couple more repairs still for the day. Been very busy lately, that's why I haven't been making too many videos. We have to get our customers' consoles out. And I'll try and see if we can start doing a couple more live videos for you guys on a regular basis. When you've got some interesting repairs. Okay, power button. Got to get the power button back in again. This is not my regular place where I assemble and disassemble consoles. I'm just doing it for you guys here on this bench. This is actually our soldering bench and our workbench where we do our soldering and use our hot air station and everything. Put on new chips, ICs and things like that. I usually strip on the switch this light on, I'll actually show you guys what happens to the camera. So if I switch that light on, it makes lines across the screen. So that's why I can't use my bright light. It's obviously the LED, there's a certain frequency it pushes out, so it causes a bit of a problem for you guys. And with it off, it causes a problem for me. Okay, these little clips, be very, very gentle with this. You've got to line them up perfectly on there, and just like push them down softly. That's not lined up, you line it up. Just be very, very careful, okay, because if you damage this, you have to replace it. There you heard a bit of a, I don't think you'll hear on the mic, but there's a little bit of a click. Let's get this one on, the white one. This is for Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi antenna. Get that on properly. Yep, not lined up. There we go, lined up. So you don't want to break those little tubes that hooks into. Okay, let's just get that back into place where it should be. So it clips in underneath there. It runs all the way around and around. Okay, and then clip that one back properly again. Okay, so it's all clipped in. Okay, so the courier companies, yeah, early this morning. We get quite a lot of repairs through the couriers. We collect all over South Africa, or we use the courier to collect all over South Africa. So at least it's pretty busy. Like I said, we've been really, really busy lately. I think it's just because people don't go out much, and they play a lot more gaming than going out all over. Alright, let's just get the screws here. So look at the gates. Clear this first. Just magnetize the screwdriver a little bit. Okay. There's the gates. Wish the comment side was working properly, man. But at least, if you guys had any comments, we could post them. For some reason, it's not working on this live stream. I think there's somewhere a setting that I need to set up so you guys can comment or ask questions or something like that. I'll try and see if I can get that going. Sorry about that. Let me just quickly see that. Okay, I see there's one comment, Blaze, saying that there's no sound. That's interesting because I can see on my sound meter that there is sound. So now I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, it might be a bit louder, might be too loud. Sorry guys, let me just change the volume. Okay, that's not so good. I think the sound was just very soft. I think it's this microphone. I need to get another mic to do this for you guys. So yeah, I'm still learning about these live streams. Shucks. That's quite a pity. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'll have to try and sort that out somehow. I just don't like using the volume from this webcam up here because it's not, it's not quality volume. But I think if this is going to be a problem, I'd rather just use that until we get a proper mic. Flip, man. Not so good. That's a bit of a bummer. Well, at least, yeah, at least you guys could see properly. This one camera, this one, yeah, that you can see me on when I'm waving, that was giving me problems for a long time. So I've got USB 3 extension cables to go to my main computer, and I'm using it like that now, and it looks like it's better. It used to glitch, it used to like sort of jump a little bit. Flip, I'm actually a bit upset now that that sound wasn't maybe working properly. Thanks for that, Blaze. I appreciate the heads up there. Fortunately, I only saw the way to see the chats a little bit late, so the volume was only put the volume up now. We'll change the volume to this webcam this morning. Alright, so then let's just have a look. So there's 2 screws left here. That will be for the power supply from the bottom, where we have to put that in first. Okay, let's get all the small ones. Just magnetize the screwdriver again. Let's grab all the small ones quickly. I often think that you guys probably think we only repair or only do services and consoles, because every time I do a bit of a live video, it's always on a it's always about servicing. The more technical stuff I don't often post, because it's quite a lot more difficult. But maybe it's a good thing just to show you guys how we do like the more technical stuff and testing on the board and trying to find a short on the board when it's not a power supply and it's actually a component of the board shorting out. Should do a bit more on that. I think, like I said, I think you guys will appreciate when you see, you know, we had a customer yesterday, day before. The console was here for 2 working days, and he was complaining, saying that it's unacceptable that the console has been here for 2 days and he hasn't got a quote yet. And I think excuse me, I think when people see the work that goes into a repair, they will realize, you know, that it's not as quick as a lot of people think. We're not like most companies that just plug stuff out and plug a new one back in and it works again. We do proper board level repairs, and that takes a lot longer. If you look at the components on a main board, there's so many components, so trying to find a short, it's quite difficult. Even though we do have a power supply to inject 12 volt into the board, or 5 volt, or 3 volt, or sorry, 3.3 or 1.8 volts, to try and find the component that's shorting out, and then we use a thermal camera to try and find the heat, or you just feel it by touching it. It still takes time, and sometimes it's not one component that blows, it's like a whole string of components that blow on that line, so it takes a little bit longer. So we generally try and get repairs out the same day if we can. We try and do a quote the same day. It just depends on how busy we are. We only need 2 or 3 technicians at times, so you know, if we got a lot of work, we can only get to so many consoles in a day. There have been times that 2 or 3 of us can put out 15 to 20 consoles in a day if they're quick repairs. But when you get a couple of repairs that has to be you know, checked and default finding on them, it takes a little bit longer. Let's just see. So this cover here, we're gonna need to clean this properly. Doesn't look too good. Lots of dust there. So we don't want this back in the console again. So let's blow this one out, and then I think let's quickly have a look here. So that's just the hard drive cover in the back. You can see even the dust is there. There's the actual hard drive, so you can see all the dust on the hard drive. So that dust can get inside the hard drive too. They are pretty sealed, but it can get in, you know, the fine dust that can get into the gaps. It could go lie onto the hard drive disk there, and it can cause a problem. So we're going to blow all of that out. Let's just move that up and take all the screws out this cover. So there you can see this cover's also got quite a bit of dirt in. So let me quickly blow all of these out, and then we'll just do the final assembly. Okay, all the covers are nice and clean. One thing I forgot is this really dirty power supply. Let's quickly give that a blow before we have a power supply short also. Perfect. Everything is gone, all the dust is gone. You don't want to stick your fingers inside here. This, sorry about the compressor, I'm trying to talk above it now. If you stick your fingers in there, you're going to get shocked. That capacitor there, I think it's a 400 volt capacitor. You touch any of those 2 points, it's going to shock you. So don't open these things to clean them, rather just blow them out. You know, don't open them unless you know what you're doing. You can short out the 2 caps to get rid of electricity in them, but I've been zapped. I think all of us in this, inside this business, all of us guys have been zapped already by capacitors. On the PS2s it was the worst, but we still used to repair them. I think every person that worked on them has been shocked. Okay, so this one we're just going to plug in carefully, don't force it. It can only go in one way around. You hook it around the little hook on the power supply there, hook it around. Don't pull the cable, because if you pull it off the board you'll have to send it to us and we'll have to do a trace repair and try and put that plug back onto the board, and it's quite a mission. It takes an hour or two just to build it up properly and do it all properly. Alright, so the 2 screws on the top, we need 2 for the power supply. So on the back end we have 2 screws that hold in the actual power supply into the casing. Okay, and like I say again, if you want to just book it in with us, you know, we can do the service for you. This depends on how busy we are, but it usually takes, you know, I never like to promise a time and then it doesn't happen, so I rather under promise and then over deliver. So let's say that if you do book it in, just say 3 to 7 working days, it's usually 80% of the time it's sooner than that. But like I said, I'd rather tell you it's going to take longer and surprise you when it's done quicker. Alright, so let's quickly put that back. Alright, you can see there's a little bit of discoloration on that plate. Just clean that. So even this gets discolored from all the heat. So you can see the heat goes through the whole console. A little bit of dust. Okay, so let's just... Okay, compressors at least, that's all. Doesn't make so much noise. Two screws on the top. Okay, so we're gonna have to try and see. We're gonna have to try and find another, or use this mic for now. I can see on the reading on the OBS, I can see the readings are much better, so you guys can obviously hear it much better. So what I'll do is I'll use that mic for now until we get a really decent mic. I still want to get a proper wireless headset type of mic. Makes it easier for me to work on, and also makes it easier for you guys. Well, it gives you a better sound quality, because I don't think these webcams, I don't think their sound quality is that good. Okay, let's just clip everything in properly. What we will do is, before the customer comes, we polish all the covers nicely, so it looks good. It looks like a brand new console again. We often get customers that come in here and they come and pick up their consoles, and they actually can't believe that it's their console. They actually don't think it's theirs, because it's so clean. It looks so nice and clean. It looks new again. So we try and do it so, you know, so it's, you know when you get your console back and it's been cleaned up properly, and that you know that it's been worked on properly, you know, and you get it back nice and clean. It just feels good. Let's just quickly put that back. Oh, shucks, sorry guys, just gonna get the cover. So you know, you pay, you know, there's many gaming repair companies here in South Africa right now, and a lot of them, I don't really want to talk bad about people, but, and I usually do in my videos, but I'm going to try and stop doing that. But it's just so irritating when, you know, we get repairs here that somebody else has worked on, and most of these guys, the repairs are so bad, and we got to fix all the problems. So we've had to eventually now have a worked on fee, and it's something I've never wanted to do. You know, I don't like charging people or customers for things that haven't been done. You know, if I haven't done a repair, I don't want to charge a customer. I don't like doing that. You know, it just doesn't feel right to me, and it isn't right. But where the problem comes in is, customers will phone us and get a quote from us, and they get a price, and our price is maybe, I don't know, I don't even know what other people charge for a lot of the repairs, because you know, we don't compete with guys that use used parts in consoles. We only use new parts in all our consoles, our repairs. Sorry, I'm not going to show you that because it's customer's name. So then what they do is they go to another repair company because they quoted them cheaper than what we are, and then eventually that company can't do the repair, or they do such a bad job on it that we have to try and fix that console. And you know, that's like I said, that's where the problem comes in now, and that's why we charge a worked on fee now. So we charge a 350 Rand worked on fee. So if it's been worked on and it comes here, unfortunately, if it can't be repaired, we're going to charge a worked on fee. And if it can be repaired and a person goes ahead with it, then we don't charge a worked on fee, you know, then because you're paying for the repair basically. But if it's so bad that we've worked on it for 3 hours, and we can't get it fixed, we then charge a work on fee. And I don't know. I don't think it's wrong, um, because, like I say, customers go somewhere else first because we 200 or 300 rand more expensive, or maybe a little bit more expensive, and then to get stuffed up, and then we got to work on consoles that's been messed up so badly. We got to build tracks that people pull off the all 19 pins off the board when they try and replace a HDMI port, and then we got to rebuild those tracks again, and it takes a couple of hours, and that's why we got this microscope. This microscope helps us to see what, to find little repairs. That let me show you guys what it looks like. So there you can see the writing on the tweezer. It's quite small, but let me flick it over to the microscope. Let's put the light on. So we often now got to repair other people's problems. There it is there. So we spent 22,000 rand on this microscope, so we can start fixing up problems that other companies create. So that's why you can see, that's why we charge a work on fee. And it's only if it can't be repaired you get charged that. There you can see that's how small that is. Let's just quickly change the camera again. It's a smaller writing is on it. So yeah, we do charge the work on fee, but just go to the right people, read reviews, read customers, you read reviews online. If you're not reading reviews and you take your gaming console to somebody else for repair, and they mess it up, or they tell you it can't be repaired, and the worst is they strip your parts, all your good parts out your console, and then they use it in somebody else's console because they don't import their own parts. Let me flip this camera around quickly for you guys. There you can see this is just one shelf right behind me with our parts inside. On the back end of this there's another shelf. These are all the repairs we still need to do. That's all the repairs that still need to be done. But yeah, that's all the parts that we have, and like I say, on the back of the shelf there's more parts. So we bring in our own parts. We got another shipment now in customs right now, with a whole lot of HDMI ICs, power supplies for the Xbox ones. So yeah, we try and we only do use new parts. There's some components that will be small, tiny little components that sometimes you got to take from the main board, from an old console or a console we bought, because you can't import it. You can't get main boards, you can't import main boards, and we don't replace main boards. So when a company tells you, oh, it's your main board, it's because they don't do board level repairs. So that's a big difference between us and any other repair company. So yeah, I'm going to do the next repair now. I don't know if you guys want to stick around and watch another repair. I can leave the live stream on. It's only 9:30, but it's up to you guys. It's up to you guys. So you can see how we run the business for the day. Maybe that's something I should do. Let's have a look at. Let's quickly see what repairs next. Okay, you can see the volume was off there again. I just hope I clicked something out of sight. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's have a look. Sorry guys, we're having a smoke while I'm here. So the next one, let's quickly see what the next repair is. Alright, so the next repair is going to be a PS4 Slim. Let's check what the model number is in this one. So the model number here is a CUH 20168. So it's probably the first gen. It has been opened before. You should see the back seal is stuck there. I don't know if you guys can see the problem. Can you see the problem? So this repair I'm going to have to take you guys under the microscope so you can see properly. But if you look properly, there's no HDMI port. The HDMI port's gone. So I don't know if it's inside the machine or what happened here. There's probably going to be a machine that's been worked on again. Because the seal's off, that tells me somebody's worked on this console. And this is exactly what I was saying to you guys just now. You get these consoles where they've taken it somewhere else because this guy's cheaper than what we are. And then we eventually have to bring it back. And it costs them almost double because now we've got to build traces and everything because we ripped off the board, it hasn't been soldered off properly. So let's just quickly put that one there. And give me a second, I'm going to quickly just give this Pro to the next department so we can get it invoiced and the customer can come collect it. I'll be back right now. Hey Michael, nice to see you here. I'm glad to see you're watching our video. I'll be back now guys. Alright. Yeah, yes. Okay. Alright, let's see if I can get a view here for you guys where we got all the views. Okay, so let's switch that on. Alright, so first of all we're going to have to strip down this console quickly. Let's just put you on the main view first. Thanks Michael, yeah, we're going to quickly do this one. Okay, so let's quickly have a look here. So we're going to pop off the top cover first. Just move the microscope a little bit to the side. Okay, let's pop off the top cover. Sure. It's also pretty dirty. The Slims tend to get a lot dirtier and clog up much quicker. So while we there's a moth also. So moth's also been playing around inside here. So what we'll see now is with the PS4 Slims they clog up much quicker because of the compact design. So the back of this is probably clogged up too. Let's just I just want to quickly. Okay, well we can't test it. We know it's the. I was going to plug it in and quickly test it. but obviously we can't because the there's no HDMI port. So what we should maybe do is just check if it powers up. I think let's just check if it powers up, because maybe it's going to be power supply and HDMI port. Then we'd rather give the customer a quick quote before. Let's just make sure we get some power on, yeah? Let's just grab power. Oh, thank you. You can just give it. Thanks. So let's just quickly, let's go having some hot chocolate. Okay, let's see if we get some power. Ooh. Okay, so for some reason the power button doesn't work. Oh, there's a disc inside. Okay, so the power button doesn't work. Let's just check. No. Power button doesn't work on this one, but it might just be a switch problem there. I'll have a look at that now. So let's just shut it down. Okay, so I think it's just going to be this power button here that's going to be an issue with this one. Alright, let's pop out the power supply. So again, with this power supply, you can loosen all the screws on the top, the Wi-Fi antenna. Let's just keep all the screws in one place. I'm going to try and do the repairs quicker so that you guys can see a couple of repairs in one day. See, we got 26 people online now. We got Michael here too. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for watching. And I don't know if Blaze is still watching. Blaze was here earlier this morning already, and he's the one that said we had a bit of a sound problem. I hope you guys can hear me properly on this one, yeah. So you might hear us talking in the background of that. As I said, we live at work. It is now just after half past and 12:22, 20 to 10. So it's a proper work day. Let's just make sure that the antenna's out there properly. Don't get it stuck in somewhere. I don't know what we're going to see in this console, especially after it's been worked on. I think it's going to be a bit rough. So we want to take out the back screw. Just move that up a little bit for you guys so you can see. So we take out that back screw there. A little bit skew. I'm not going to fiddle too much now. Alright, so we need to take the back T8 out and the hard drive out, because if you don't take the hard drive out you damage that part there. And then I'll put it under the microscope now so we can see once we've got it open. Just quickly pop the hard drive out. Right, hard drive might be upgraded to a 1 terabyte, looks quite thin, slim. Okay, let's get that covered off there. Okay, so we can see this is going to be quite a dirty console. There's some fluff, more fluff there. Okay, so we got the fluff off. Okay, let's chuck that in. Alright, so let's just plug all the flexes out. The drive flexes, I see the drive flex there is a bit skew, so it's not plugged in properly. I don't actually think this board, somebody worked on this machine now, because if I look at it, there's a lot of dust in places that wouldn't be there. Because you'd have to sort of move that dust to get the rest of the board. Let's quickly see here. Okay, I usually use my electric screwdriver for this because there's so many screws in these things. So you can see the PS5s. The PS5s, just to get the top plate off, there's 63 screws I think we counted, just to get this top plate off. So we got our PS5 in now for repair. It's for a visual problem. I've had a quick look at the HDMI port. It doesn't look like it's the HDMI port, because what happens with the PS5s, this is a tip for you guys. they get bumped over, especially if you're making it, if you have it upright. They get bumped over, and when they get bumped over, they fall over and then they rip the HDMI port. I'm just going to flip this around so we can get the power supply first, because the power supply clips into the board. So on these ones, the PS4 Slims, they wear Wi-Fi sides. That second screw there, that hole there, the second hole, that one there, that holds the power supply down. Okay, so you've got to pop that one out first, and then you can pop the power supply out. Again, be careful, because it's got a cable that plugs into the power supply. Just hold the power supply and just pull it out. Alright, power supply is out. We can unclip the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth from the board in the corner here. Okay, it's unclipped. Alright, just a few more screws and the board will be out. Okay, sorry, there's one more screw that holds the top plate, and that's that screw there. Okay, so you've got to take that T8 screw out also. Just quickly plug that out. Just screw that out. Okay. Right, now we can flip it around. Okay, so there you can see that it's not there anymore. Just grab that. So yeah, there's a PS, like I was saying, with the PS5s, so far there's not many parts available for them. It's only HDMI ports right now, and I think power supplies, if you can get, you know, we got 2 shipments coming in. One's already landed, we're just waiting for customs to clear that one. But the thing is that like I said, we import our own parts. So when I spoke to the supplier this morning, she told me that the PS5 power supplies are not available right now. But in this shipment that we got coming in now, we brought in power supplies for the Series S and X. They're a little bit pricey still, but you know, at least we can help the guys out with power supply problems. Because I think where the problem is right now, if your PS5 or Xbox Series is under warranty, it's a bit of a problem, because you can't yeah, sorry, can you do that quickly? Nothing's come through yet on my side, eh? Okay, there we go. Sorry guys, just got to do something quickly. Okay, I'm just waiting for it to load up. There we go. Approved. Okay, it's done. Sorry guys, just had to approve a payment quickly. Alright, payment's made. So yeah, so as I was saying, if your PS5 is still under warranty, the biggest problem with that is now I don't think there's much stock. So even for a warranty, remember in South Africa Sony doesn't repair your PlayStations, neither does Xbox. So what they will do is they exchange it for a refurbished one. So they don't repair them in South Africa. So I don't even think there's refurbished stock right now. So that's why we still get so many customers coming to us to get the repairs done, because even though it's under warranty, because there's no stock. But I did see an article, and the reason why there's no stock right now on a lot of these consoles, the new gaming consoles, is because there's a semiconductor shortage worldwide. The vehicle manufacturers are struggling. Anybody, even graphics cards at one stage, you couldn't even get a graphics card for a computer. So that's why there's such a shortage on a lot of electronic items right now, because of that. So luckily we can still get a couple of parts, but in about a couple more months there will be a lot more parts available for them. One of the things that do go, especially in summer when we got lighting and things, you know, a stormy season. Okay, sorry. So yeah, then we get a lot of lighting, so the HDMI ICs blow on the main board. So I don't know if you can see, but there, that's part of the HDMI port. Okay, so it's been pushed into the gaming console. There's all the little pins. You can see it's been pushed inside the PS4 Slim. So that's why there's just a hole there now. You can actually see right through that. There you go. You can see right through that. So that's the inside of the HDMI port. So those are little pins. They need to be soldered onto the main board, and they make a connection onto the main board. I'm going to show you now under the. Let's move this. Let me get the microscope up, and then you guys can see. Okay, let's flip that around. Okay, I just need to change the view for you guys so you can see properly. Okay, there we go. So that's the view. Let's just move the board out the way. Let's just zoom out a little bit. So there you can see that's the inside part of the HDMI port that's come out. So those little pins that you see there are the pins that get soldered onto the main board, and that's where your HDMI cable will make a connection. So we flip this around. There's the other copper parts, so it will go like that on the main board. So that's where your HDMI cable makes connection. So how this often happens is the HDMI cable itself is faulty, so it's bent inside the HDMI cable. So then what happens is when the guys push in the cable, they push it quite hard because it's battling to go in, and then what they do is they push the whole port into the machine. So yeah, let's just quickly get to that. Alright, so there's the HDMI port there. Let's zoom in a little bit more there so you guys can see. So it's actually loose, so it's been ripped off the board. So the customers, yeah, I think they have a problem with the HDMI cable. Just check the back of that. So solder is there, but we'll have to just heat that up a little bit just to take that port out so we don't get anything damaged there. Let me just move that forward a little bit. Okay. Yeah, there's one or two pins holding it in, so let's switch on the soldering irons. Then we can get this port done. Sorry, while I'm waiting for them to heat up, I just want to have some hot chocolate. See it, guys. Alright. So what I usually do is I bring the board to the edge of my table here. I let it hang over. You can see on the bottom right camera. Just try and find the port here quickly. Ports there. So we're looking at those pins there. Let's just move that a little bit forward. Let's get you guys in a proper view. Okay, so this is the part we want to get off. Those little legs hold it on. You've got to be very careful because you can see these diodes. I wonder if I can get a view up a little bit further away. So I'm going to get you in focus now. Okay. So you've got to be very careful when removing these HDMI ports, because of the back here you can see there's a couple of small components and they're really close to these legs here. This is on the Slim. I think the Pro's also got a similar thing. So I'm going to make a little bit of noise now. Let's get some flux. So we put some flux on the board, just on those pins, to make sure we get them soldered off nice and smoothly so we don't damage anything or rip any traces on the board. Okay, so it might sound like a bit of a hairdryer. This port shouldn't take too much to pull out. What I do is I usually just heat them up and take that little bit off there because otherwise it burns and it actually doesn't smell very good. So just pull that off. So the port should actually just drop out the bottom. Let's see what happens. So let's just wait till it heats up properly. I'm trying to see if I can do it from that side. Yeah, it's a bit difficult for you guys here because of the microscope. And then heat that up, and the port will just drop out. It will just drop from the board. This is how I replace all the HDMI ports, because you've got the lowest chance of it being damaged. Okay, so just tap it a little bit, and there you go. So the HDMI port's gone. Alright, so it just fell out. And then what I usually do now is I take some solder and I fill those holes up again. So when the port goes back in, so you'll see I'm heating it from the bottom now. Just going to look through the microscope very quickly. I'm heating it from the bottom, and what I do is I add solder onto this now, onto these holes. There we go. So it's just when I put the port back again, the port is done nicely, you know, so it's in there properly and it doesn't wiggle around or come loose. You know, I don't want repairs to come back. I want to make sure that when I do the HDMI port, it's done properly. Okay, so now what we need to do is just move that back again to see if we can see that HDMI port properly. Okay, so let's just get to the HDMI port. So there's your HDMI encoder IC. It's a Panasonic IC. So when you have lightning damage, that's the IC that goes. So then that IC needs to be replaced. So it's very, very small. It's got no legs on it, so it's very difficult to solder back onto the board. There's very, very few people that can do that. And those are your filters, and that's where HDMI port pins are. So your pins would go to, you can see the tracks running, so a lot of them go to this Panasonic chip here. So it's an encoder IC or HDMI IC, we're going to call it. These filters can blow, these four little filters here. So if there's no visuals, we usually test that, but we know with this one, we're just going to replace the HDMI port. So let's just quickly have a look. We're just going to thin up all these little points. Just look in the microscope, they're not ripped off the board. Get a little bit closer. Okay. Just get a little bit closer to that. Alright, so the soldering irons are on. We need some flux. Put some flux onto those pins. You don't want to try and solder without any flux, because it damages the pads. Okay, you can rip the pads off. Alright, so the hot air station is stopped now, so you can hear me a little bit better. Alright, so we need some new solder. I think we might have to go with a bigger soldering tip. Let's just see what this one does. Just make sure it's nice and clean. Okay, let's have a look there quickly. Okay, so there we go, you can see it's nice and shiny again. So we use a low melt solder, so it's easier to melt when it needs to melt. Can you guys still see that here? Let's shift it up a little bit more. Let me zoom it back out again. That's a little bit of a better view. Okay. So those are all pinned up properly. We can leave that on there now. We don't need to worry about the flux now. Let's get a new HDMI port. As I said, we only use new parts here. So there you can see we don't strip HDMI ports off other consoles and put it on yours. Sorry, I keep on forgetting that the mic's that side. So you can see we don't use old HDMI ports that we stripped from another console like most of these repair companies do. There you can see at the bottom right of that camera there. Brand new ports, still in the packaging. Okay, just pull one out there. Okay, so we got one new brand new HDMI port. So what we do here is I bring it back to the edge again. Let's just bring it back to the edge properly so you guys can see. This one I'm going to zoom out a little bit, but what we got to do is when we put this new HDMI port in there, it needs to line up, and it needs to line up perfectly with every single pin there. If it doesn't line up and then they touch together, it can short out either those filters on the back, or it can short out the HDMI IC itself, or encoder IC, whatever you want to call it. I just call it HDMI IC, it's just easier. Alright, so we're going to heat it up from the bottom now, and then we're going to push it through the board, the pins through the board. I might have to just bring it a little bit more to the edge here. Okay, make a little bit of noise now again with the hot air station. This repair, don't try and attempt it with a soldering iron, it won't work. You need a hot air station. Okay, so let's just make a little bit more noise. And you can see that's the hot air gun. That's just to reflow chips and things like that when you're doing soldering. Alright, so what we can do is we can come from the bottom and line it up for you guys so you can see properly. Okay, so we're going to line it, we're going to heat it from the bottom until the solder starts melting. So we keep an eye on it from my side also through the microscope here. Okay, so you can see the 4 feet are melting now, so that should be good. Okay, I'm getting a bit of breeze blowing through here. So the main thing is now make sure those ports line up. Looks a little like the pins. Let me zoom back out a little bit more. Okay, those pins are lined up, but the port's a little bit skew, a touch skew. So I'm just going to line it up a little bit closer. Just move it to the right a little bit more. Okay. Could probably just shift it a little bit like that. It's only the right hand side that's a little bit skew. A little bit more. Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Alright, so that's on there. Hello Bob. Hello Bob. I'm busy with a video, Bob. You can't bother me, I can't play now, I'm working, okay? Alright. Sorry, that's just my dog. Okay, so let's just check that. You can see those are lined up perfectly now. The pins. A little bit to the one side, but they got a good gap, no bridges in between. So now the next step is to flip the board. Just get to the port there. Okay, I'm going to try and see if I can put something underneath there. Zoom up a little bit. Okay, let's try and see if we can put something underneath here. Just use a screwdriver. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to take a soldering iron again with a very, very, very fine point, and we got to just go over every single one in. So we got to put some flux on the board, on the port pins first. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to make sure that they're all making proper contact. So we go through over each pin. Okay, we just touch it with the soldering iron, push down slightly, so we know those pins are soldered on perfectly. You're not going to have any problems. Because we don't want the customer to come back because we didn't solder on a port properly. To me, the customer comes back with a problem we repaired, it's a failure to me. It feels like a failure, which it is. It doesn't feel like it is a failure. So I want to make sure it's done right. First time, every time. Okay, that all looks good. Just give it a bit of a clean up. Just going to flip that around again. It's very easy to clean it like that. Okay, so we're going to get that, some of that flux off there. You don't want that flux all over the board. Some isopropyl alcohol. Nice. Don't have any. Sorry, so I've got to fill that up quickly. Okay. Okay, some alcohol and our anti-static brush. Just give it a good clean. We don't want any flux left behind. Flux can cause oxidization. Is that it? Oxidization in the long term, and then it can cause the ports and that to actually come loose from the board. So we want to make sure that's all nice and clean. I do see one problem here, where the customer, the port was ripped. You can see they did rip the board a little bit there, but luckily that's only a leg, so it's only the leg itself. So don't force it in, guys. Don't force it in, because then you're going to break the port. Don't force the HDMI port in. Okay, so it's one of the pads have come loose off there, but when I solder it from the bottom, it should hold. Yeah, it's been damaged there. Okay, how's the side looking? It's not bad. You can see it's also a bit pulled. Yeah, it's also a bit pulled off the board there. It's not too bad. We'll just make sure we solder it properly on the other side. Okay, so from here, let's just flip this around. "29 people watching. Guys, got nothing to do on a Friday. Need to get back to work." Alright, so what I want to do now is I've got a sharp little tool that I like to just move every pin just to make sure that it's okay. That first one is not soldered on properly, see, so is it another PS5 again? Okay, sorry guys. Let's just go another PS5
You need to just type it.
because you need to see the serial.
Yeah, I can't see the serial.
What's wrong with this one?
It says it's a hard drive.
Hard drive.
Yeah.
It's probably a software problem. I'll have to have a look. Okay, just keep the stand maybe in the customer. Is it a direct or is it courier?
Courier.
Okay, just keep it in the box.
Yeah.
So because we got to take it, just don't lose that screw that holds your foot down. Okay, and then yeah, just carry it nicely. Don't drop it. Sorry guys, just have to quickly take the bottom of the stand off so we can see the serial number when we book the PS5 in. Okay, so we were at the HDMI. Right, so that first pin I can see is loose. So you see, if you don't check the ports, what might happen is one of the pins might be loose, and then you put everything back together and you've got to take everything apart again because one of the pins aren't making a proper connection. So rather double check and then you know you're good. Okay, so it looks like so far it's only that first pin that does look a little bit loose. Okay, so it's only that first pin that's loose. So I'm just going to resolder that first pin quickly, just touch it up slightly. Yes. Okay, check if that's tight now. No, not happy with it. So, just turn it a little bit again. Alright, let's just put a little bit of flux in there again. I'm not happy with that first pin. That first pin's just not biting properly onto that there. So let's just give it a little bit more solder. Where are we? There we go. So yeah, that first one, not too happy about. See, you don't want to cause a bridge either like that. Okay, there we go, that looks much better. Give it a good clean. It's only alcohol, so the alcohol will evaporate. Okay, so make sure there's no shorts there. You don't want a short now. What is this stuff here? Something in the corner here. Okay, let's see, is it soldered now? Yep, that's tight. Much better. Okay, let's get that clean quickly. Okay, that looks good. Let's hold thumbs that nothing else has been damaged here. Move that away. Change the view again for you guys. Okay, let's switch on the soldering iron. Okay, before we put it back in, I just want to give it a quick blowout. Let's just give it a quick blow. I don't do thermal paste right now. I'll wait until we've let's check that we got visuals on the screen first. 1 second. Okay, just wanted to make that a bit smaller so you guys can see a bit better. Alright, like I said, I'm not going to put thermal paste on here now. I'm just going to clean this board, but also I see there's a lot of dust on this board. Okay, let's just quickly blow that out. Okay, let's test that quickly. I just hope when the HDMI port was pushed back in, it didn't actually short out the HDMI IC, but we'll soon find out. Let's get all the cables, flexes out the way. Always just remember flexes, be careful of flexes, don't get them pinched under the board. All out there properly. Okay, fan in. You don't really need everything else in, but I'll just clip it in just to keep it out the way, and then if we do get visuals, at least we can just test the laser, make sure the laser is reading that. Oh, one thing we had to have a look at was the power button. We'll have a look at the power button now. We can just use the eject or the controller just to switch it on for now. Because that's one problem I saw, that if you push the power button, nothing actually happens. So we'll just double check that too. Alright, that cable, yeah, the flex looks fine. We'll see there now. So, we've got to put the plate on, just over the main processor, just to hold it in place, otherwise it's going to overheat and beep and then switch off. So make sure that's all good. And let's see if we successfully sorted the HDMI port out. Should be done. Sure it will be. Let's hope there's nothing else blown. There's all components around the HDMI port. If they do short out, diodes or capacitors, we'll just have to test them to see if they're shorting anyway. But I think we should be okay. Alright, so what we still need to do is the hard drive and the power supply. I'm just going to quickly blow the dust off these guys. You can see the dust inside there. That also, like I said to you guys before, it blows the power supply eventually with all this dust clogged up. You can actually see a better view there of all the dust that clogs up, and if it touches two components, the power supply also shorts out. So let's quickly clean both of these. Be back now. Okay, so we've got 33 people watching right now. It's quite a couple. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your time. Alright. So what we'll do is we'll just pop in the hard drive for now. And the power supply. So we want to hold the hard drive because the top plate's not on yet. So we're going to hold the hard drive so it doesn't fall out, because if it drops then it's gone. Then we have to replace the hard drive, so we don't want to do that. Okay, so let's pop in the power supply quickly. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see the TV from there. Let's quickly see. If I move this up here, try and position you guys in a way that you guys could see the TV also. Let me just move some things around here quickly. Okay, I should remove all the covers now. Guys, game, customers game, FIFA 19. So I wonder this console's been broken for quite a while. Sometimes people don't know that you can repair them, so they lie in the cupboard for quite a while, and eventually they find us. They might see one of our Google ads or find us on Facebook, and then eventually they figure out, oh, you can repair gaming consoles. And yet we repair probably 99% of the problems. I'm just going to position this thing in a way. Okay, so let me get the camera. I'm going to get that camera closer to here so we can see the TV. Let's try. Oh shucks, I think this cable's a bit short. Okay. Let's quickly see if we can do this with this camera. This one's a bit tricky, but I'm going to try. Okay. Sorry guys if I'm making a bit of noise with the microphone on this webcam. Let's have a look quickly. So let's plug in the power. HDMI. Okay, I think you guys can see it properly there, yeah. Right, let's see. Okay, so the power button does work. It's just not, it needs to maybe be cleaned up. Do we have visuals? Do we have visuals? Yes, we have visuals. Sure you guys can see that. Let me just turn the screen a little bit. Success. Okay, let's see if it boots into the menu. Let's make sure the controller's connecting. It's reading the FIFA 19 game. Okay, PS logo is there. Let's plug in a USB cable so long because it's probably going to ask us to sort that out. Okay, let's have a look. Come on, there we go. Perfect. PS button, click OK. It's got color, everything looks good. Alright, everything's there. Now let's see if the drive works. We hope that the drive is working, and I'm sure it will be. Doesn't look like it's been messed around with. Okay, it's taking in discs perfectly. It's picking up the disc. Let's check if FIFA 19 jumps, and we get some. Oh, they got FIFA 21 also. Okay, so console must have broken recently. I think it should. There we go. FIFA 19. Let's just check it goes into the game. Perfect. It's got into the game. So there we go. Successful repair. Okay, so just make sure, okay, wireless isn't going to work now because everything's plugged out. So let's just quickly quit here. Close application. Okay, just wiggle the port around. Good. It's not doing any funny graphics problems. Perfect. Port's working 100%. I'm going to leave the game in. It is the customer's game. Usually we don't take them out unless we have to, so we don't forget to put the games back again. Right, let's just check this power button. I'm not too happy with that power button. It works, but you just got to push it quite hard. Just trying to think, maybe we should replace that power button. So wait for it to shut on properly, all the way. Okay, white light still flashing, so make it must go off all the way, then at least when it boots up again it doesn't give any weird problems. Okay, here we go. Alright, let's try and position you guys again. Sorry if it makes some noise with the mic so close on this camera.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to take everything apart quickly again, because we want to make sure that the I'm going to put new thermal paste on here and everything. You know, I'm not going to give it to the customer without new thermal paste on it. Let's just get the light a little bit closer. Okay, so that's some light. Yeah, it's not right. Oh yeah, we need to take the power strip out first there. Let's pop that out. Yeah, we can't take the board out and smear the paste all over the place and then give it back to the customer without new thermal paste on it. So as you can see, you know, when we do board level repairs, we generally do a sort of a service at the same time. We don't charge extra for it because we got to take the board out and everything, unless it's really bad and it's not taking games and, you know, it's not taking in the discs properly and things like that. Then we generally need to take it out because we've got to do a drive service at the same time. So that's when the whole drive has to come out. We re-oil all the little gears, everything, clean the drive properly. Then what we do is we do charge for a service, but then we go a lot more in depth into the console itself. All right, so just quickly do that. So we want to make sure that both of them are cleaned properly. Just get some paper towel here. Okay, heatsink is clean. When I blew it out, there was quite a lot of dust that came out the back, so I think the heatsink has been cleaned out properly also now. A lot of little dust bunnies that came out there. Okay, let's clean that. On these ones we don't really use a thermal pad. They don't generate as much heat on the Slims as they do on the Pros. So we don't use any thermal pads on here. We just use a very good thermal paste. We've over the last 10 years of doing this, I've found the correct thermal paste to use that doesn't turn into water after a month or two. So we've got really good thermal paste that we use on these, on all our consoles. It's quite expensive, but it works. And oftentimes the customers say that the console is much quieter than when they bought it because of the proper thermal paste we use. So we use a really good thermal paste, and then we know everybody's happy, the customer's happy, and everything's working perfectly. Okay, so there we go, a little bit of thermal paste. Often people ask, how much thermal paste do you put on? Do you have to spread it? I don't spread it. I just put it on just a little dot. Just put a little dot on there like that. So then when you put it down and it squashes, it will squeeze it all and spread it properly to where it has to go. So you don't really need to put any thermal paste or a layer. It doesn't have to be a specific layer. Just look for the thermal pad. There was one thermal pad that came off, and it's this little one that goes here. You always make sure all the thermal pads are back on the board again. If you don't, you're going to have a problem. Components are going to overheat. Alright, so that's in. Let's quickly pop that back in there. Alright. Put the power side back in. Okay. Now, after this one, I've got a PS3 board. I'm just going to put a component onto the board. And then I think what we'll do is I'll stop the stream because this is quite a long stream already. I think there's what, 35 people. Been streaming for almost 2-3 hours now. Quite a lot of repairs still to get through. Could probably do this all day. I could probably just leave it on, but I'm sure you guys are going to get tired of it eventually. Still worried about this power button. I think we're going to have to replace this power button. I'm not too happy with that power button. Okay, let's just put this plate back on there. Okay, plate's back. Don't forget that, because if you forget that, then you've got to take everything apart again. Star screwdriver. Okay, so as you can see now, when we put this plate back on, the thermal paste will spread over the chip properly, and then when it warms up, it's all spread evenly and it's nicely onto that shiny part. So the only place you put thermal paste is only on the shiny bit. You don't need to put thermal paste anywhere else. Okay, so I think we can put the top plate on, shall we? Before we do the switch. Yeah. I've plugged in all the flexes. I should have waited till I got this on, because the flexes need to go through these holes here. Let me just clean this plate quickly. Ready? Let's plug all that back out again. Ready? Nah. She really knows if we got a where the switches are quickly. Okay. Well, nee, it's okay. Ek sal nou met hom praat. Nee, ek net 'n paar wat moes ek maar ek het nie nou nodig nie. Ek sal nou kry. Ja, nee, is reg, laat hy gou klaar eet. Okay, so let's just quickly put all that back. Okay, let's put all our screws back. Yeah. What? Yeah, almost done. Still have 35 people watching right now. Majority of our viewers are from overseas, mostly from the US. We got a lot of subscribers here from South Africa that have subscribed to our channel. A lot of them are our customers that are subscribed, and the nice thing is that a lot of the customers can see how we do some of our repairs, so they can see what goes into a repair. You know, it's not as quick and easy as we'd like it to be. Sometimes it takes a little bit more work than other times. Like with this console, you can see now HDMI port wasn't bad, actually very good. The problem is now the power button is also a problem. Jullie weet jy of ons power buttons het nog vir die slims? Ja, hierdie een, hy druk nie so lekker nie, so ek dink ons sal moet hierdie een ook replace. I said thank you, thanks. Okay, this is the last one, this is the power supply. Got an aeroplane going right over the top of us again. Sorry if you hear that noise. We're like in a path of the runway. We're not too far from the airport. So now and then you should hear aeroplane coming over. Today they're landing. They're coming over us, landing at Johannesburg Airport. Sometimes what they do is they actually take off over us, and it's a little bit louder than when they come in for landing. Let me move this up a little bit for you guys so you can see a little bit better. So it's just got 2 more screws I've got to put in here. Just clip that in properly. Okay, these are the short little silver ones. They go in this side. Okay. So the power button I'm going to replace. That's what the power button looks like. So let me see here. Just make sure. So it goes in that way around. So let's just have a look. So the one part of it, the copper piece there, but that's the on button. Let's go back a little bit. One's the on button, one's the eject button. So they're all integrated into the same switch. So all we really need to do here is pull out the little flex. It goes into the board, and then just unscrew that one screw that holds it down. Yeah, it looks like there's something. Looks like something was messed on here, so it's not clicking properly anymore. So yeah, we might as well just replace it, and the customer doesn't have. It's not frustrating for the customer, you know. Okay, so new button in. Flip it that way around. It's got little pins that go through the holes. The little hole there and a little hole there. I see that one's been broken off, so I think the customer maybe they did open it. They definitely opened the machine, so I think maybe when they opened it they damaged it a little bit. Okay, so let's put that screw back in there. Then we got that. You know, if just something I wanted to say is that if you guys don't have the right tools, rather not open these consoles. They're not that easy. They're not difficult to repair, but the problem is they're very finicky. These little flexes can get damaged on the boards and things like that. So you've got to be very, very careful. If you pull a flex out and it doesn't get taken out properly, you damage the flex, and then you've got to replace the flex. And sometimes, you know, the flex isn't plugged in. It can short something out. If it's in a bit skew, it can blow fuses on the board or caps or something like that. Just make sure all that's plugged in there, and then we'll close it up and just check that power button again, make sure it's right, and it's not the flex that's actually damaged, but it looks like the switch, because I can see there's a little copper part on the switch that looks like it's damaged. Okay, that's all plugged in. Alright, now we've got to reroute, well, not reroute, but just route the Wi-Fi cable back again. Now let's plug it in this side first. Again, be careful when you're plugging this cable in, because it's got to clip onto the board, and if you don't clip it in properly, you're going to damage the board. Just flip that sticker up, get that in underneath there. Okay, looks good. Alright, just make sure everything's plugged in, everything's in straight, looks good. Okay, let's flip it around. Got a little bit of dust still here, just going to get rid of some of that. I always say when a console goes out, it must look better than when it came in, you know. Everything must be done nicely on it. Look nice and clean. Between there. And every single screw should be put back. No screws missing. Nothing. It must be the same as when you got it. If it's not, then it's not good. So, you know, the only reason why we're the highest reviewed gaming company in South Africa right now, well, the highest reviews and most reviews in the country, is because we really take pride in our work and we do everything the right way. Sometimes even if it costs the company money, but we'll still sort it out, and that's the way it should be. You know, you customer must be happy, they must be sorted out. We got now over 610 reviews on our website. Our closest, I can't even call them a competitor, I don't even know what to call them, but the company that's closest to us in reviews are like 200 and something reviews. So we got triple the amount that this company has. And yeah, if you take your console for repairs, make sure you read their reviews before you take it to them for repairs. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't leave reviews, especially bad reviews. So a lot of customers come to us after they've been to these guys, a lot of these repair companies, and then they look terrible inside, or their parts missing because they've taken their parts to put into some other guy's console. And the worst thing is those customers don't go leave reviews, you know, on those companies' Google reviews to tell people, to warn people, listen, be careful with these guys, you know, because if they did, I promise you now, they wouldn't be in business anymore. If you repairing somebody's gaming console, it's very expensive, it costs a lot of money. We all work hard to buy things in life, and I just feel that if we're doing a repair, we should look after your console like it's our own, must be looked after properly. But yeah, other guys out there, for them it's more money making. It's just about money than what it is about customer service. So that's why we got 3 times the amount of reviews that they got. And if you get a chance, quickly pop onto Google, type console service center, have a look at our profile, and you'll see all our reviews and what people say about us. Just give me a second, I just want to clean this cover and that cover with the moth inside there. The moth shouldn't be there, so let's quickly clean that. I'll be with you guys now. I can show the audio. Okay, so there we go. At least the covers are cleaner than what they look like. Alright, so we just got to pop on this one quickly. Just see that button, the on-off button looks fine. Yeah, that plastic part. So that plastic part looks okay. I think it was just that bulge, that little bubble button. That's just a bit faulty. Let's just quickly pop that back over there. Okay. Right, we need to get the safety screw, hold the cover down. We've got 36 viewers. Anybody chatting to me? So just Michael saying you'd love to do this as a profession every day. It looks enjoyable. There are days that it's very frustrating. The gaming repairs can drive you crazy at times. I think the biggest thing is, to me, is just helping customers out to try and save the money. You know, they don't have to buy a new gaming console. I love doing this. I've been doing this 10 years. You know, if I don't love doing this, I guess I probably wouldn't be doing it anymore. And it is enjoyable, you know, especially with newer consoles coming out. It's nice to see how they're designed. I freaked out the day I opened a Series X, just because of the way they designed that machine on the inside. It is mind blowing. I must admit I am a I am a Xbox fan, but I do have a PlayStation 4 Pro also. I got a limited edition Spider-Man one I bought from one of our customers just a week or two ago. It's still in the box. It has been used. The controller doesn't. Ah, shucks! I'm going to take the cover off again. See, and I'm talking to you guys, and I'm not concentrating on my work. So I'm just going to put the screw in that holds the power supply down. Like I said, I don't. There's a screw left. You open the whole console and you find a place where that screw goes. But screws must all go back. So anyway, the PS5 is very similar in design wise as, look, it's got obviously got newer technology on the board and other chips and things like that, and they've changed the architecture of the board. But what I like about the PS5, the Xbox Series X, that machine has actually been designed in 2 layers. So when you open it up, it's got 2 main boards inside, 2 motherboards, not just one. So, and the heatsink, wow, you must see the heatsink in that thing, how much copper they used, how the thick piece of copper they got just to keep the machines cooled down properly. The PS5 is also very nice. I prefer the way they've done the design on the fan. That goes through the machine, so the fan blows out, sucks in from the one side of the machine and blows out through the other side. But it's not closed. It looks closed because it's got a cover, but it's got big spaces. But it's got like a cone fan in, so it can suck in from the bottom and blow out from the top. The only problem I do have with the PS5s, and I think a lot of guys are going to have this issue, is it's going to overheat. Similar to these ones, the PS4s, the heatsink fins are too close to each other. So what happens is they get clogged up immediately. Well, within 4 months, we've had customers already phoning us, asking us, please, can we service their PS5s? And we recommend that they don't do it right now. They should wait a year until the warranty's over, because obviously if we work on it, you know, we're out of warranty repair company. We don't do warranty repairs because they don't do repairs in South Africa. They just do exchanges. So we tell customers, sorry, I'm just going to take this machine away so you don't see the customer's details. We prefer telling customers to rather wait until the warranty is over, the 1-year warranty, and then bring it in for service. We'd replace the liquid metal again. You don't really have to. You don't have to replace liquid metal, but we will just blow it out and clean that heat sink. If there is a problem with the liquid metal, we will replace it. We clean it and replace it. You need a special chemical to clean the liquid metal off the board. Sometimes you're going to replace the little sponge that goes around the main processor. So it becomes quite a hectic job. And you've got to be very careful, because if that liquid metal spills onto the main board somewhere, you can damage the. I'm going to move the camera a little bit for you guys again. If you do, let's change the view. If you do mess the liquid metal on the board, you will short out the components, because it's obviously conductive, it's metal. So yeah, but yeah, Michael, to get back to your post, on your comment on the video, it is enjoyable. It's a nice job. It can just become very stressful at times. It's hard work. It takes a lot of learning, because you've got to learn how to. Sorry, I'm just writing what we did on this machine. While power jetboard. Sorry guys, can't write and talk at the same time. So you got to keep up with everything the whole time. So anything that comes out that's new, you got to make sure that you keep all the tools for it. Maybe, you know, the different parts. The parts is one of the biggest things. If you don't bring in parts, it's going to be very, very difficult to be in this business. And if you don't learn the whole time, every single day we're learning something new. And if you're not going to keep up, it's very difficult to be in this business, because, sorry, my dog, Bolt, come, these customers there, come, sorry guys, just chase my dog out the way. Yeah, we don't want to be a company where we just pull out a power supply, put in a power supply, solder a little HDMI port on there, or solder USB port, or something like that. We want to be a company where we can actually sorry, I'm just listening to what the customer is saying. Sorry, we want to be a company where we can do board level repairs. So even though some components are on the board, we don't want to say to you, oh, it's your main board, you can't repair it. The only time we probably do that is when it's so bad that it's been corroded so badly. A lot of consoles that come from the coast, or liquid damage machines, if customers have left them too long, they get very corroded and the components fall off the board. And it'll take us hours and days to solder every component off the board, replace it. It's basically building a whole new main board over. And my problem with that is I'm rather honest with the customer straight up and say to them, look, it's no go if there's too much damage, well, especially liquid damage on the board, because then the only thing that's going to happen is I can replace a few components, 10 or 12 components on the board, ICs and diodes and capacitors to get the machine working. But within 3 months after your warranty, 20 other capacitors and that start eroding and they start falling off the board. Then I've charged you to do the repair, and I feel that's wrong, because then you're paying again and again and again. You know, that's why we give a 3-month money back warranty. So if we've repaired your console, and let's say we've charged you $800 or something, and within 3 months it comes back with that same problem, and you know, we can't fix it. Let's say we can't fix it. We give you your money back, fully. We don't keep anything. We don't hold anything back for the work we did. We give you a full refund. And the reason we do that is we want you to take that money and go put towards buying a new machine. You know, I don't want you to take your money and then, you know, you're out of pocket by 800 rand. And oftentimes we might even make an offer for that console. Say, listen, yeah, we'll give you 2 grand for it. You know, there's maybe covers that we can use that other customers want that you can't find. Covers are also difficult to find. Small components that we can use again. Nothing that's damaged, obviously. But yeah, we want to make sure that you can take that money and go put it towards a new gaming console again. As far as I know, we're the only ones right now doing that, giving customers a 3-month warranty, a money back warranty. And we're not afraid to do that, because we know that we use new parts in our consoles, and our workmanship is top notch. You know, we don't take shortcuts. We don't solder or cut off plugs off your board and solder wires from the power supply to your board because we don't have the power supply. We have power supplies in stock. That's on the back shelf that I showed you guys earlier on. So, you know, why should we do that? So, anyway, you know, just be careful where you guys go with your consoles. Rather go to people that's honest. If you're not honest, you won't make it in business. And that's why, like I was saying, you know, Michael was saying that he'd love to do this business. It's a really, really nice business to be in. It's nice to help people out, and I love it. I love it every day. I wake up, I know I can help a customer out, and I can do something that improves my skills. And like I say, in 10 years, I learn every single day. I learn something new on these consoles. Let me give this one to the office quickly, so we can invoice this customer or quote this customer, and let's take it from there. Let's just quickly see. Just going to change something here, and then I want to do a PS3 60 gig, it's an old 60 gig console that we're going to do next. There's a component that we need to replace on the board. I'm going to quickly get the courier here again. I'm just going to mute this for 1 second and I'll be back now. Just want quickly, let's get the other board somewhere. Okay. So next one is going to be a PS3 board with the components that we got to replace on the board. So give me 1 second. I'm just going to mute you guys just for 1 second, just so I can quickly take this. Okay, I'm back. Something to drink. So, in this console, yeah, as I was saying, this is the PS3 Fat. This is the one that plays PlayStation 1, 2 and PlayStation 3 games. It's got a card reader. It came out with 4 USB ports on it, so we saved this console. Luckily we got it right, or we can get it right, or we did get it right. There's one component that needs to be replaced on the board. I'm trying to think now. I wonder if it is a problem. Maybe it's not missing from the board. Sorry guys, sorry for this dog barking in. We got an office in a residential area, so got like animals, my dogs, everything's here. So I'm just trying to find this component now, where it was removed from the board. I actually don't see where it's been removed. I might have to see if I got another 60 gig board to try and see where it's been removed, because it's got no sound. So HDMI IC was replaced. And this component needs to be put back on. I actually don't think this component's missing. I think it is back on the board. Wil jy sê die masjien het nie sound nie, né? Shucks. Net die sound nie. Okay. It's interesting. I don't see a component missing on the board. I think it was put back. Let's just get the scope quickly. Right, let's just change of view to microscope view. Okay, let's switch the lights on. Let's see which component this is, and we can maybe try and figure out where it's, if it did actually come off this main board. I don't think this component came off this board, I don't think so. So yeah, this is some micro soldering we're doing now, if we actually need to solder this. Let's quickly have a look at what it is. It's very small, so let's have a look here quickly. We can flip it up a little bit so you can see. Yeah, I don't know. 651 MLF. 651 MLF. If it was removed, it would have been removed somewhere close to the HDMI port side. More that. So let's just move this microscope a bit back. Would have been removed somewhere somewhere around here. It's not at the, no, that's a different, that's a tool. It's also not there. I don't think this chip was removed. This one's got a sound problem. I think let's just check his filters. Maybe it's not that chip. The only thing I can think of is that this chip's faulty or filters have been blown. So let's just put our test meter on continuity mode. Let's quickly see if these filters are blown. Or are they shorting out? There's no short. Okay, so they're supposed to beep because it should run straight through. See if I can get you guys in focus there. Okay. It's interesting. Okay, let's just see if the caps are shorting. Okay, the caps okay. Yeah, but you see that won't do anything on the HDMI side. It's going to be an interesting one, this, because it doesn't look like there's anything missing on the main board. Like I say, if it did come off, it would have been around here somewhere. Those transistors look fine, they're all on properly, they don't look burnt or anything. Yeah, so it's going to be somewhere yeah, where there might be a problem, or that component's missing. See, I would have thought it's here somewhere as it comes out from HDMI, but I don't see any problem here. That's the LAN port side. I don't think that will have anything to do with visuals. Okay, so this is one we're going to have to try and we need to get another chip like that. So I'll have to get one of those silicon image chips. It's basically like the HDMI IC. And we're probably going to have to redo that. I think it's going to maybe have to be rebored. Let's have a look if we check with the scope. If I can see underneath that chip. Sorry, I know the light might not be perfect for you guys. I'm just trying to look underneath that chip there quickly to try and see if I can see any two balls touching where there's a bridge. There, but I think that's just flux underneath there. Let's check it from that side. Yeah, it actually looks fine there. Looks fine, so maybe the chip is gone. If the chip is gone, we'll have to replace it. Alright, well guys, I think I'm going to leave this one for now. We don't really have a chip here now, so I'll have to get a chip for this. Let's check that diode there quickly, make sure we're not getting short on that what's it, 226. Come on, man. Got to put it in the right mode, eh? See if we can get a reading from it. 729. Okay, 729 should be fine. Just flip the leads around. Just make sure I'm not getting a reading this way around. Oh, 732. That's interesting. That diode shouldn't be two ways. It should only be one way. As far as I know, I'll have to have a look at. I'll have to look it up, but that J226 shouldn't be giving me a reading both ways around. A diode should only be able to let anything through one way only. So you could see my leads. I wonder if you can, yeah. So the black one is this one, and the red one is this. So I'm getting a reading this way around, which it shouldn't, because that line there, that little line there means that's negative. That's how it should be, the positive, or in and out, basically. So I'm getting 726 one way, and I'm getting 731 the other way. That shouldn't be like that. Very interesting. So it could just be a diode problem, but I'll have to get a diode because I'll have to get a board first, because I don't have a board right now close by that I can just test. I just want to double check something here quickly. Let's test that one. Yeah, see that one is not giving us a reading both ways. I know it's a different number on it. I'll have to have a look at what that other diode is. But if we flip it around, negative in the line and positive there. Okay, we're getting 725. Okay, so something's not right there. Okay, so this board we're going to have to put one side first, because this component definitely didn't come from this board. I don't see it on the board, so I'm going to just stick it to the board again. I'll have to compare it with another old 60 gig board, so I'll just stick it there, but it's a bit weird, very strange on this. I think either that J226, I'll just have to look up that J226 and see if it's one way, or it's just like a filter almost. But otherwise this chip is gone. We'll have to get another chip, reball it and put it onto this board, because this one's a sound problem. The port looks fine. Let's check the inside of the port. Yeah, the inside of the port looks good. Sorry, I know you're not seeing it as well as I'm seeing it through the oh, that's also a bit burnt. you're not seeing as well as I'm seeing it through the microscope. Let's just have a look on this side of the board quickly, because a component could be from this side of the board. Let's have a look. It should have 6 legs. There'll be more on the HDMI circuit side. Yeah, I don't see anything, eh? I don't see anything. Just a little melt on the plug there. But that's just to the CD-ROM. It's just to the drive. It should still work. Shouldn't have a problem. Okay, alright guys, I'll have to pull up another board. I haven't worked on these for so long. I'll have to try and see where that comes from. Okay, let's have a look. Right, next repair is a Xbox One S that's stuck in 640 resolution, so it's not changing. So it's not going into 180p or 4K, and that's usually the HDMI IC. We'll just test the hard drive also, but it's going to be IC. We'll just hook it up, just make sure on the TV what we're getting, just to make sure. Alright, so this PS3 board, we're going to put one side first because there's something else wrong with this. It's not the component that's missing, there's something else. Yeah, it's a pity. We'll have a look at that. So it's only a sound problem. So we've got visuals on HDMI, but the sound's gone now, so it must be that IC there. Give me 1 second, let's get the Xbox One S. Alright, ready, so yeah. Ready? Let's see the component, the component is missing. Let's say line of the black or occupancy line, no, well, can you clear the seat book? Can I repair it, isn't it? Well, I think you said, I think you check I think it's all for my mobile. Ja, hou maar net een kant. Ek het nou eers net gekry daar, want hy het net kyk mooi vir daai component te sny. Ja, sit maar net mooi daar. Dan verder alles werk wonderlik. Ja, sy daarom nou weer visuals. As jy net kyk, hierdie dink ek is die volgende een, hè. 19307. Should we check 19307? 19307. Xbox One S stuck on 640p. Alright, so this is going to be quick. Rudy's already opened the machine for me, so it's going to be nice and easy to so yeah, it's the Xbox One S. Okay, you're not going to be able to recognize it now, but it's the S, not the Series S. So this one's got a visual problem. Just change the cameras quickly. So with the Xbox Series S, the problem with them is that the HDMI IC always blows on them. It's situated right there, small square IC. Not the easiest IC to put on. Very, very few people know how to put this IC on. The reason why is because it doesn't have legs that you can solder. It's got a it's a QFN, so QFN makes contact from the bottom, and it's a TDP159 IC on the S. You can also use a TDP158. Let's just quickly see here. 159. Okay, so we got 159 ICs, and as you can see once again, brand new ICs. still sealed. I've got to pull that off and take one out. Okay, so there we go, brand new IC. So like I said, we don't use used parts, especially when it comes to important components like this. I don't strip other customers' consoles to repair your console. Shots fired. Okay, so on the S, let's quickly have a look. Let's get the microscope. We're going to change the view again. Let's get the microscope in there. I think I'm going to bring my keyboard a bit closer. Going to try and get one of those Elgato screen decks one day. Then at least it'll be better. So that's the component we're replacing today. That little square component. This is a 159. Let's just double check it. Let's see if everything looks good around it. We will check the filters also, to make sure the filters aren't shorting out, and it might not be the IC. So as you can see, hang on a minute. Yeah, there we go. 75 DP159. So the Series X, the Xbox One X has got a 158 on there. I prefer putting the 158 on here. I just don't have at the moment. I'm waiting for the shipment to come in. But we're going to put a 159 on here, the original one. The 158 is just a little bit better, slightly better. What did I do with that IC? I hope I haven't lost it now. I know I took it out. What did I do with it? Shucks. Did I drop it? Did I actually take it out? Okay, anyway, we'll find it now. So we've got to remove this IC first. Got to take off all the old solder, replace the solder. Let's get you back into focus there. Zoom you guys back out again. Actually does look like there's one solder that's not making contact, but I know it's not that. These ICs blow all the time. We replace hundreds of these every month. So zoom back in again, get you focused. So you can see you've got to be quite careful here, but what do I want to do is just check these filters. Those 4 filters right there. The 4C filters, I just want to make sure that they not blown, because they can also give you a resolution problem on your Xbox Ones. So let's quickly test that. The test meter, I'm just going to flick it into normal continuity mode. I think what I might do is I'm going to turn it right, just turn it a bit more so I can get to the filters properly. There you go. Okay, so we want to make sure that these get continuity right through. Just untangle our leads quickly. Alright, there you go. Just make sure our pins are bent straight again. So you'll see on this, my soldering iron, I actually use pins, because the component's so small. I've got to solder pins onto it to be able to test the smaller components. You can see there it's been soldered on. Anyway, let's quickly test this one. So continuity right through. Yep, we don't want continuity to the second one, so just go from one to the other. Okay, that one's fine, nothing there, that's good. Good. The middle one is earth, ground. So we put it on there, we put it on the ground. You can hear it makes a connection. It's good. We don't want any connection between ground and other pin. Okay, let's check that one. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, guys, we'll see the second one here. So I'm getting continuity right through. Perfect. Nothing. Good. Ground again. Ground. Let's check ground on the HDMI port. Yeah, perfect. Okay. You don't really have to put these back. If it's your, I'm not even going to say if it's your own console, don't put it back, because I still believe you should put them back. What happens is if the lightning does hit your PS4, sorry, your Xbox One via the HDMI port, those filters will help so it doesn't actually damage the HDMI port. Oh, sorry, the HDMI IC. But it's on a very rare occasions that it helps. It usually goes right through. It goes right through them. Alright, so we're going to make a little bit of noise now again. We've got to get that HDMI IC off there. I just wonder what I did with the other one. I've just lost it. It's just brilliant. Coming through the door. Barney Simon. I don't know what I did with it. Maybe I just threw it back in the box again. I'll check now. I must replay the video. I'll try and see what I did with it. Anyway. So again, flux. You have to have flux. Okay, you need flux. You need a hot air station. Don't try and take this off with a heat gun or something like that, a paint stripping gun, because you're going to blow everything, all these components around it away, and you're going to cause damage to the inside of the board because there's going to be too much heat. Okay, so there we got some flux around it. Alright, we need our very, very fine tweezer, and then we can remove it. Sorry guys, I'm going to take a sip of my cold drink. All the talking, mouth's getting a bit dry. Still looking for my HDMI, I think. Okay, so let's quickly remove this one. We need hot air. Sorry about the noise. We need hot air to take it off. Okay, so we're going to heat this one up. So we're going to start further away. So we heat up the area around it, because if you don't heat up the area around it, the board stays cold and the solder doesn't melt as easily. So the Xbox One X, that IC doesn't come off very easily off the board, and you can't try and heat it up and pull it, because if you pull it, you're going to tear all the tracks around the IC, and then you'll have to build new tracks. So you just got to heat it up until it starts coming loose. You can actually nudge it with a tweezer just to see if it's loose. If it's not loose yet, you just carry on heating it. So we just keep going with this one until we feel that it's starting to come loose. There we go. Okay, I'm burning my fingers with the hot air. Sorry, let's just grab the IC. There we go. So there you go. So the IC's been removed. I'll show you a better picture of the IC just now. I'll zoom in just now. But while the board's warm, I want to just quickly grab, take off all that old solder. While I've got some heat in the board, just makes it much easier for me. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go with a thicker tip, and we're going to put some more flux on the board quickly. Okay, just so we don't damage any of those pads around it where the chip needs to make contact. So we can use some solder wick. We're just going to wick off all the old solder. The reason why I take the solder off is because it is lead-free solder. So it's very, very difficult to, it takes a lot more heat to melt. You don't need to take all of it off, but as much as you can, you know, because when you put the new leaded solder on, it's got a lower melting temperature, then that the chip actually just bonds better, and it's probably more flexible. When you use normal leaded solder, it's probably a little bit more, it's got more flex in it. Okay, so we can put the soldering iron off with a big tip on it. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit there more now, because I need to see perfectly, I need to see nicely what we're doing here. Let's see, we've still got some solder in there. Just put a little bit of flux. We get a little bit more off the ground pad. This is the ground pad at the bottom of the chip. I'll show you guys the bottom of that HDMI IC now. Like I said, I just want to quickly clean this up while I still got some heat in the board. Just makes it a lot easier. Okay, let's just grab that down there, just put it down there. So it looks like you guys are spending the whole Friday with me. It's only 11:30, but yeah, you guys are watching me work today. Okay, let's just clean all that burnt flux off there quickly. Isopropanol and anti-static brush. Okay, looks good. All the old flux is off. So what do we do now? Put some new flux back on the board again. And then we got to add some leaded solder onto the board. So I hope you guys, especially the customer, you understand why we might take a little bit longer with your repair than normal. As you can see, it's not just plugging things in, plugging things out. It's can be difficult sometimes to do some of these repairs. This IC here took me almost a year to learn to put on properly. Probably even longer than a year, until I was taught how to do it by another technician that's very, very good. Probably one of the best. Doesn't work for me, but he helps us out with a lot of repairs. Yeah, it's taught me a lot of what I know today. Let's have a look here quickly. Alright, so what we got to do is we're going to run a little solder across. Try not to touch the pad if you do this. All you want to do is just run it lightly over the pad, like the bubble of the solder should just be touching it. You're probably going to touch it here and there, it doesn't matter, but try not to, because you don't want to pull the pad off the board. So some of these pads will be a bit more stubborn than others. Put some solder there. You can see like this one, yeah, it's always a problem. That one and the one at the bottom. It can bridge between two pins, and you don't want that. You don't want to bridge. So just make sure after you've tinned them again, put some solder here. Okay, and then we want some in the pad in the middle. Okay, I want it to stick properly. I'm using a very fine tip, so it's hard to do that there in the middle, but there's enough there. Okay, those all look tinned properly. Okay, it looks good. Alright, let's clean our soldering tip off quickly. Just going to double check you guys aren't leaving any comments or questions. Michael, yeah, the IC close to the fan. Sorry, man, I'm not sure what you. Oh, yes. Let's just move it into the view at the bottom right there. Yes, it's close to the fan, so it's basically just outside, just other side of the RAM chips. So there's your RAM chips, like your computer would have RAM. These are all on the board itself. So yeah, it's close to the RAM chips, and there's the HDMI port. So it's the back of the HDMI. So the IC is basically in line with the tracks that run through. So now, so yeah, it is very close to the fan. I just don't take everything out. You know, you can pull this all out and take the whole board out the console, but I'll leave it in. I'll just leave it in. It's just, I don't need to strip the whole console just to get to do the IC. Over time, you learn how to do it properly, and you don't need to to actually pull it out. So now what I do is I remove all the flux, because if you don't, what will happen is the flux melts and your icing it basically floats, starts floating around on the board, and then it just makes it difficult to keep it in place. Oh yes, I said I'm going to show you guys what the icing looks like at the bottom. So let me show you guys quickly here. Grab the old one, because I still got to find my new one. I don't know, I think I threw it back in the box. Let's quickly bring it down so you get you guys in focus. So you'll see that's what the HDMI IC looks like at the bottom. So every single little pin that you see there, I wonder if I can get closer, let's have a look without it making any trouble. Okay, she's moving into view a little bit more. So the middle pad is your ground pad, so that's to earth, you know, so that's earth onto excuse me, can you hear the customer? Okay, so that's your earth pad, and then every single little point on the outside has to be soldered onto the board perfectly. It has to make contact. If it doesn't make contact excuse me guys, if it doesn't make contact, you're not going to get visuals. So what we need to do, I want to show you quickly what the first PS4 IC looked like. Basically, okay, there's new ones also, but I'm just going to take out one of the, I need to cut the strip because it's so long with the new ones. Again, as you can see, brand new ICs, we don't use used parts here, okay? I'm going to just take one out that I think we tried on the machine and it wasn't the IC. So we just removed the IC back off the board again. I'm not going to leave it in the machine because it costs money. Okay, I'm just going to zoom back out here quickly. It's going to focus in, focus out, because this IC is a lot bigger. So this is on the first gen PS4. So it's also exactly the same thing. It's HDMI IC, but you'll see it's actually got legs on it. So okay, it's obviously going to go that way around onto the main board. This is a Panasonic IC, as you can see. So these are much easier to solder because all you have to do is you've got to line this up, every single pin up. Why is it going brighter now? You bring the brightness down a bit on the camera, it's light. The microscope's light. Sorry, I'm trying my best. See if I can get a bit of a better look for you guys. Okay, that's sort of okay. Alright, so you can see every single leg around it gets soldered onto the main board. It's also close, it's always, these ICs are always close to the HDMI port. This one sits under a steel cover that just helps for static or electronic fields in the area that doesn't cause any damage to the chip. But anyway, once you take it off, this IC is at the bottom of it. So these ones are very easy because the legs are easy just to solder onto the board once you positioned it perfectly onto the board, and it's got to go right way around. That little dot there on the top left means that's pin number 1. So on the main board itself, sorry, the customer's quite loud this one, but it's cool. People get excited when they pick up their consoles after they're repaired, and they're very happy. So anyway, that dot has to always line up with a dot on the main board. Okay, so pin number 1. Believe me, I often put the chips on upside down, and I don't know what's going on the machine, and then I take it out, and I see that I put the chip on the wrong way around. Okay, it happens to the best of us. So that one's pretty easy to solder onto the board. But now, let's quickly have a look at this one. Let's bring the PS4 back in again. So you're probably only going to see the side of it sticking out. So just imagine, oh, that's the top of that one, and that's the top of that one. So you can see there's no legs on this one. So now you know how difficult it is to make sure that every single leg at the bottom end of it, at the bottom, is actually making contact. So yeah, that's something, that's a technique that I use to do that, and it's not easy. It's very, very difficult to do it. Oh shucks. Okay, so yeah, so it's very difficult to do that, and that's why I say very few people can put these ICs on. Then the PS4, the second gen PS4 Pro, sorry, second gen PS4 original, second gen PS4, sorry, all the Slims, all the Pros, and the second gen PS4 and third gen, I think, original, the first ones. They came out with a similar IC to this Xbox one, so it's also got no legs on it. And again, there is so few people that can replace that. Most of the guys, the repair companies, you take your console to, is just going to say to you, oh, it's mainboard, can't repair it, because then what they're going to do is they're going to try and change the HDMI port, because they think it's the port and it's not even the port. So anyway, let's get back to this one. So I've got to get an IC again. I don't know what I did with the IC. I'm sure I put it on top of the shelf here and it's disappeared. Oh, wait. Is this it? Is this it? No, that's the old one. It's the old one. Let's have a look. I don't see it anywhere here. What have I done with it? I don't know if my hot air station has blown it away when I took it out, because I'm sure I actually had it on top here. No. I have no idea what I did with that IC. I'll probably find it somewhere at the time. Okay, let me get a new IC quickly. Actually, I have a feeling that I threw it back in here again when I took it out. I don't even know if I did take it out. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I threw it back. I threw it back into the bin. Okay, here we go. Alright, let's grab the tweezer. We're going to make sure, okay, on this board, let me quickly see. You should be able to see it on the microscope. Oh, I've got to focus in, sorry guys. Okay, so you can see on this board, I know there's a bit of a delay, but you see where my tweezer is on the right hand side, that dot there. That dot means that that's pin number 1. Alright, or pin number 1 should be this side. Okay, so now let's just get the IC quickly. Just want to make sure this is the correct IC. No, this isn't the IC I was looking for. Alright, let's just grab another one again. Sure, I dropped that other IC or something, and it doesn't help because the floor is also black, so you can't see it. Alright, so let's just quickly get this IC in place. Alright, so you can see on the IC there's a dot at the top there. Let me try and see if I can get it that way. Okay, there where my tweezer is on the left hand side top, there's a dot. See the little dot? So that means that the IC has to turn right round. So I'm going to flip it all the way around, turn around. So the IC is going to go back on the board like that. I think there's a bit of a reflection now because of it's reflecting back the LED light on the microscope. I'm just going to lift my chair a little bit so I can see properly. Okay, so we got 48 people watching. Thank you guys, thank you for watching. It feels good when no, I'm not doing this for nothing. Some people are watching and learning, or at least, even though you don't want to do this, at least you can see how it's done. You know, I think that's one of the important things of doing this video. Again, if you need repairs done, I got a punt the business a little bit at least. Consoleservicecenter.co.za, www.consoleservicecenter.co.za. Alright, so what we have to do now is we need to grab this IC and we need to hold it pretty tight, because when we start blowing with a hot air station, you don't want to blow this IC away, and then you've got to position it perfectly onto this board. Okay, so remember I said there's excess solder in the middle of the board. I need this tool anyway. So remember I said there's an excess solder on the ground pad. You'll see what's going to happen now. When I start soldering, I'm going to heat this up until that melts, and all of these melt around, and then I'm going to place this on here. But because there's excess and we've got to push the chip down, that is going to jump out of the sides, and it's going to create little solder balls around. But you'll see what we're going to do after this, okay? So let's just get that positioned right. Got the dot in the right place, yes. Okay. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to come in with a hot air station, so we're going to make a bit of noise again. I'm not blow waving my hair, I'm putting on the IC chip, okay? Oh, shucks. Something just dropped onto the board there. I don't know what that is. Might be a piece of plastic or something. Okay, let's just get that off the board. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to heat this up with a hot air station until everything starts melting properly. Sorry, I'm going to talk a bit louder because I don't know how the sound is. Okay. Heat the whole area up first. So when you're doing it like this inside the covers of the Xbox store, so you can see it starting to melt, you want to make sure, see if I can move this up a little bit more. You want to make sure that you don't touch one of the side covers, because then you're going to melt the customer's covers. Okay? And you don't want to blow the heat towards the covers. So, like I said, I've been doing this for quite a while now already, so got my technique down to a T already. Okay, so now what we do is we come in with this the chip. I just want to make sure I got it in the right angle. Okay, there we go, just grab it. So now we're going to place this chip down carefully onto the board. Okay. Now remember, this is not probably lined up yet, but if I look at the distance between there, and there, it looks good. So now what I'm going to do is I grab my other tool and I hold it down very lightly. So what you're going to see now is the solder jumping out the side, creating little balls, the excess solder on the earth pad. If you look on the right hand side, I hope you guys can see the light stuffing around. Sorry guys, the microscope's light, like if I look through it, it looks perfect on my side, but if you see it, it doesn't look right. Okay, let's just remove that. I'm just going to wait for it to dry, to cool down. You can see the two solder balls on the right hand side, so they're still hot. There we go. Okay, now I've got to move it this way around. That's not a mark on the chip I made, it's just the flux from this tool that I'm using. Okay, heat it back up again, just do a crisscross on it, just to make sure you've got the HDMI IC on the board properly, and we get rid of all the excess solder at the bottom. Okay, looking good. Okay, so you can see now, let's try and dim the light a bit again. Okay, so you can see from that excess solder we had at the bottom, these two little solder balls, one on the right, there's two on the right, and then there's one on the left and a little one on the left side, and one at the bottom there. So now we've got to get that all floating removed and get the chip floating properly. So what we now do is we get the the flux again, while the board's nice and warm. Gotta get some flux in there. Okay, I just want to wait it just to cool down just for a second. Okay. 48 people watching. Thank you again for your support, guys. Again, if you've got any questions, please just type it into the comments. I will try and have a look. I'll look over every now and then to see the comments on there. Oh ja, zij is gezorgd voor
Je
dat.
ziet mij wat je loopt, ze zullen je is. We staan mij.
Alright, so that chip is cooled down now. Guess what? I found my other IC. I put it on top of the drive of the machine. There's my IC that I took out the thing just now. So I found it. So let's just put that back before we lose it again. 159. 159. Let's just chuck it in the tub. Okay. They're so small you lose them very easily. Alright, so what I want to do now quickly is I just want to flow it once more. Sorry, I'm going to have to brighten up a little bit again. A bit of brighter scope because I can't really see so nicely. Okay, there we go. I think you guys can still see, but I know as soon as I come in with the hot air, it's going to go funny again. Maybe we can zoom out a little bit now. How's the quality there? Let's get you in focus. Got to go down. I need to get a new camera for this microscope. You get a HDMI camera, but it's like 18,000 rand to get a HDMI camera. Then it won't have this delay. As you can see, there's a bit of a delay and it makes funny light. But one day I'll get that. We'll do a lot more videos. I'll start investing in something like that so that you guys can see properly. So I'm just going to heat this chip up again because I want, now that we've got flux on it, I want to make sure that the solder is going into the board, is melting in properly, so the flux will help it melt a lot better onto the board, and it will actually position itself a lot better too. So as I heat it up, the solder will start pulling into the chip properly, because there's a couple of points that I can see there's not a lot of solder on them, but we'll sort that out now with a soldering iron. Okay, I think that should be okay for now. Alright, let's just quickly get the soldering iron. So we use the soldering iron with a very, very fine tip. So sorry if the camera goes a bit weird now on the microscope, because it generally does when I start soldering. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to clean off the solder. Okay, so what I do is I run it across, but now you can see you've got to be careful that you don't get bridges between these points. So all the excess solder we're going to remove. We'll get it all off now properly. Just want to get all of them tinned up properly. Okay. That's a little ball this side. You should see there you go. Need a little bit more flux. Without flux, it makes it very, very hard. And the flux helps it run so nicely and solders perfectly onto your board. So we should make sure there's enough flux. Always enough flux. Okay, that side we'll have to sort out. You see how I'm going to get in there now. Let's flip the whole console around. Okay, that's what I think we did do already. Okay, we need to do that side. It's a bit difficult to see. This is why it's a bit easier to take the console out of the the main board out of the console. Okay, just do that. Okay, I just want to clean this off a little bit again so we can see where our bridges are, because we don't want any bridges here. If you've got any bridges, then your console won't work. Okay, so you can see the bottom I've got a bridge and top left I've got a bridge. Let's see if we can see what's going on here. Okay, those look on that side. This side's the problem. So we don't want the bridge like that, okay? So we're going to get rid of that bridge there. Need a little bit more flux. Okay. So yeah, you see it takes a bit of time, it's very time consuming, and it has to be done right. And you can see why this is so difficult to do this repair. It's very small. Again, this is micro soldering. So micro soldering is a lot more difficult to do. Okay, still a bridge on that last one. There we go. Okay, bridge that. Just bridge it again. Okay, let's just get rid of some of that solder. Okay, looks good. Looking good, looking good. Perfect. Okay, now we've got another bridge. This side looks good. Got another bridge on the top left there. Sorry, on the left hand side. There's a couple of points on that side that don't look like they've been soldered nicely. So I'm just going to run across that again. Let's see if I can get in from this side. Ah, need some flux then. Yeah, I'm not too happy about this side. Let's see if I can get in here without taking the board out. It's always a mission, but yeah. Sorry guys, I have to brighten up with a microscope quickly, so you might get a bit of a glare. I can't see so nicely with the light, so it's going to be a bit bright for you. But I have to see what I'm doing here. It's always these two bottom ones, or the two top ones, that give a problem every single time. Okay, what we can do is we can use some shoulder wick. Some shoulder wick just to get it a little bit out there. There we go, perfect. Another one next to it. Okay. Okay, now sometimes this doesn't work first time, but we're going to check it now. Usually I can do these in like 20 minutes, but for the video it's a bit more difficult. Okay, let's zoom back out again. Let's get you guys back in focus. See, this is what takes time to get it back in focus again and stop. Let's just flip the ball around. Okay. Let's let it cool down a little bit.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Another happy customer. Okay. Change the view again. I want to try and get the other camera. Okay. So I'm going to have to, let's plug this one in. I'm going to have to move this camera here again, so you guys can see what's going on the TV side. Let's see if you can see that. Okay, it's the TV side. Let's just quickly hook up the Xbox. Alright, so first we need to get the power supply and we need to get the hard drive. Without these two we can't test the machine, so just pop that in quickly. Let's just do the hard drive first. So remember this console, the customer was saying that they couldn't get they were only going, it was only going to 640p. So basically they're getting 640p, but they're not getting, they can't go into 180p or 4K. So now we're just going to make sure that sometimes they do boot up in 640p, but then we just got to change it in the settings. Just get that power cable out here. Because I've got to have the machine a bit closer so that you guys can see. Should run it in the back of this. Right, power supply. Okay, let's have a look. Can you guys see properly? Sorry, it makes a bit of a noise. It's going to get you guys in a better view here. Okay, it's booted up. Guys, ready? Okay, so the console comes on. Fan is spinning. It looks like something's happening on the screen. Wow, we got Xbox One signal, but you can see it's cut off on the top and the bottom, so it's only giving us that center view. So that means the console's still in 640p. It hasn't gone to 180 yet. So now we got to just make sure once it's booted in that we change the settings to 180p. This is not a 4K monitor. Got another monitor in the other office that we use to test on 4K. But we're just going to make sure it goes to 180. If it goes to 180, it'll go to 4K also. So let's have a look. Okay. Let's plug the controller in. So it's still got the black line at the top and the black line at the bottom. Got a busy Friday today. Lots of customers coming in. Alright, so let's sync up with the controller. So now we go to settings. Alright. Then we go to TV display. Click on that. So it's a pity that you guys can't see it now really. But it's on 640 by 480. Okay, which is not right. So let's just check. So it's giving us 720 option, and if you go one more up, it's on 180. So let's hold thumb, see if it shows on 180, then we're perfect. If it goes black, then we know it's not right. And there you go, 180p. And as you can see, the black line at the top. Well, let's go back to the menu. So there you can see it's got full 180p visuals. Okay, so the black line at the top and the black line at the bottom is gone. So there we go, another successful HDMI IC sorted out on a Xbox One S. We're going to probably get a lot of these on the Xbox Series S and Series X too. This is a normal problem on all gaming consoles. This is what happens. Okay, so I'm just going to shut down this one here, and then Rudy will close it up, clean it up nicely, and then the customer can come collect it again. So there you can see, guys, another repair. Sorry if it makes some noise again. Just got to flick this around so you guys can see. Alright. Well, consoles aren't stopping, they just keep on coming in. Right, I think that's it for today. I'm not going to carry on streaming. I also got to go have some lunch. It's time for me to go have something to eat. I'm glad that we got a few very successful repairs done today. It's just that PS3 that I still got to have a look at. I've still got quite a few consoles. I've got 2 PS5s in right now. Seems like, oh, I think we got 3. No, we got 2 PS5s in right now. Let's have a look. Can change you guys. Let's have a look. I can put you guys to there. So the one is okay. The one PS5. I see it's a disc version. So it's got the disc drive. This one, the customer says no HDMI signal. I'm a little bit worried about this one because I don't see any damage to the HDMI port itself. So this one could be a bit of a problem because there's no parts available for them. As you saw the HDMI IC we just did now, I could probably almost guarantee you it's going to be HDMI IC on this one also. And we don't have HDMI ICs. So you can't get them. You can't get them right now. So unless we can get another machine somewhere, strip the HDMI IC off the board, we can't help this customer. So let's just see. So we got the one. There. Let's have a look at this next one. This PS5. Let's have a look what this one says. HDMI port looks fine. So this customer just says hard drive. Now the problem is with these consoles, this is also a disk drive version. The problem with these are that they don't have hard drives in them, unless you specifically put the expansion onto it. Okay, so what will happen here is, I'm not going to try and open it now, we'll open it later, but what will happen here is we'll have to have a look. I've got a feeling it could just be a software problem. I don't think it's going to be the HDMI, sorry, the hard drive. So how the hard drive works is it's got chips on the board. I think they're about 980 gig on board. Now, none of us know if those chips can be replaced yet. We replace a lot of hard drives on the PS4s and the Xbox Ones, and we only use the Seagate Barracudas. They're very, very good hard drives. They come with a 2-year limited warranties from the supplier, so we only use those. So these two guys will have a look at, I don't know if we'll do a video on it, we'll just have a look if we get time to do a video on it. But one of the hard drive problem is worrying me, because those chips, and what we understand with it, well, so far none of us really know, but what those chips, if they coded to the motherboard. So we don't know if we can remove them, reball them, and put them back on the board if we get new ones, because we don't know if Sony has gone and coded the chips to the main board. What happens also is with all the consoles, except, okay, well, they try and stop the guys from chipping the consoles. So what they do is they on the drive board, so the CD drive has got a board. Some of them have boards, some of them don't anymore. They're on the main board itself, but they code the drive with the motherboard, the drive board and the motherboard, so that you can't swap the drive from another machine and put it into that into a different console, because it won't work. So most consoles now have the chip for the drive board on the main board already, so that chip is coded to that motherboard. So in the older consoles, you could flash that chip, and you could remove the chip and flash it with another console's chip, and you could link them up again. But now you can't do that anymore. They've taken that away, so that functionality, and it's because the guys were chipping them, so they don't do that anymore. It's like the 360 Slim E console still can't be chipped. The old Xbox 360 Slim E, they're getting clever and clever, and I think that's why they force you to go online with all the newer consoles from the PS4s and the Xbox Ones. You have to be online to do updates, and I think they check your console via the internet, so that's probably why they do it, so guys can't chip them. But yeah, we'll see. We'll get to these, and we've got a couple more. I think we've got about nine tickets outstanding right now, and once we get to those, we'll get to all those tickets and we'll get all the repairs done. But yeah, I'm sure we'll do a stream for you guys, not too long. It won't be too long. We'll do another live stream again. I think the easiest is going to be either on a Friday, probably a Friday, because a Friday is a little bit quieter. I can push out a lot of repairs on a Friday. Saturdays are too hectic. I don't even get time to do repairs. We just help customers in the front. Well, we can only let one customer in at a time at the moment with this whole situation the whole world's in right now. So, but yeah, let's see. So I'll probably do live streams for you guys on Fridays and Saturdays. I should be doing them later at night, so that the guys in the US and the UK and the countries that's a little bit further apart from us time zone can actually watch the videos too. But yeah, I thought I'll do this video today, so you guys can, this live stream, so you guys can see the normal operations of the business. You know, when we're busy, you know, customers coming in the whole time. You can't see the customers, we sit in the back, but yeah, it's okay. So I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. Please subscribe to our channel, and please like our videos. Watch a couple of them and hit the like button, please. It helps us on the Google, YouTube algorithm. But yeah, subscribe so that you can be notified the next time we have another video or another live stream. And when you hit subscribe, try and hit the little bell icon also, so that every time we start a live stream, at least you get notified. Usually when the live stream starts, I don't do everything straight away. I give it about 10 minutes or so, so you guys can come up online first, and then yeah, we do it. Thank you guys. Have an awesome weekend, and until next time, next live stream. Have a good one. Bye bye.